evening, Canby and folks here in the chamber with us, and welcome to the Canby Planning Commission for April 25th. Before we begin, we'll go ahead and stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And after doing all of that, saying I needed to turn on my green button, I did not turn on my green button.
And I couldn't tell.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so with that, we will go ahead and move on to our consent items, which there are none of. So we have tackled item 2 on our agenda. And now we'll move on to citizen input on non-agenda items. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address the Planning Commission on non-agenda items. Each person will be given 3 minutes to speak. Staff and the Planning Commission will make every effort to respond to questions raised during citizens' input before the meeting ends or as quickly as possible thereafter. So with that, is there anybody who wishes to speak on a non-agenda item? That is not a surprise. Okay, so with that, we're going to go ahead and close citizen input, and we're going to move on to new business, which there is none. So from there, we will now move on to our public hearing.
Chair Padden, just clarification, depending on how late the hearing runs tonight, public hearing items B, C, and D, I'm hoping that we can get through all of that. That's not regarding the appeal process, but regarding the code amendments that we are talking about.
Yep.
So just that can be moved as well to May 9th. So those items B, C, and D. I'd like to see if we can get through the B and C possibly tonight. We may not get through all 3 of those. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Excellent. Sounds like a plan. We'll plow through what we can before it gets too late. So with that, we will go ahead and move into our public hearing. Let me just get here. The matter presently before the hearing body requires a public hearing. All interested persons in attendance shall be heard on the matter. If you wish to testify on this matter, please fill out the public testimony card and give to the recording secretary. At the appropriate time, when your name is called, please step forward to the microphone, state your name, address, and interest in the matter. For longer presentations, proponents and opponents may buy time from one another. In so doing, those either in favor or opposed may allocate their time to a spokesperson who will represent the entire group. You may be limited by time for your presentation. Generally, the applicant will be given a total of 15 minutes to speak. The proponents will be given 5 minutes each. The opponents will be given 5 minutes each. And those thought to be neutral on the matter will also be given 5 minutes each. The applicant will then have 10 minutes for rebuttal. All questions must be directed through me, the chair. Any evidence to be considered must be submitted to the hearing body for public access and to be a part of the permanent record. All written testimony received both for and against prior to the hearing shall be summarized by staff and presented briefly to the hearing body during the staff report. Testimony and evidence must be directed towards the applicable review criteria contained as indicated in the staff report, the comprehensive plan, or the applicable land use regulations which the person believes to apply to the decision. Failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements of or evidence sufficient to afford the decision maker and the parties an opportunity to respond to the issue may preclude appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals based on that issue. Failure of the applicant to raise constitutional or other issues relating to proposed conditions of approval with sufficient specificity, I butcher that every time, to allow the local government to respond to the issue may preclude any action for damage in circuit court. Everyone present is encouraged to testify, even if it is only to concur with previous testimony. Conflict of interest. At this time, now again, this is for the Old Mac application, which is the only one we have, the appeal tonight. So conflict of interest, at this time, I would ask that any member of the hearing body who has a conflict of interest to please indicate the nature and extent of the conflict and whether you intend to participate in or abstain from the hearing from hearing the present matter. Is there anybody who has a conflict of interest they would like to state? Excellent. Ex parte contact. Also, if any member of the hearing body has had any ex parte contact with anyone prior to this hearing, including a visit to the site, please declare the nature and extent of such contact at this time. Anybody? Anybody? Excellent. So we have gone over the public hearing format, and we will begin by hearing our staff report. And for that, I turn it over to Brianna.
I apologize, we're not able to make it full screen. I don't know why. Oh. Hello, my name is Brianna. Thank you very much, commissioners. I am not sure why I can't make it full screen, so I do apologize. I'd be happy to zoom in on anything that we do need to look at closer, but here we go. Not sure why.
Is it that computer that's causing the trouble?
I think I can hop down and present from that computer.
See, you remember, was there something like that last time?
Yeah, it's not loading. I'll just jump down to that computer.
One computer to rule all computers or something.
Oh, goodness.
There you go.
Hello. Oh, nope. Don't want my notes to show. Okay. Good evening. My name is Brianna Dada. I'm an associate planner with the city of Canby, and today we will be hearing the Old Mac Steel Bar Processing Facility appeal of the design review and conditional use permit. So first, I'm going to give an overview of the land use process for this application. It has been through a journey. First, the applicant team applied for the conditional use and design review for the steel processing facility. The conditional use was specific to the IO overlay, that's the industrial area overlay, due to employee count of less than 3 per acre. Planning Commission originally denied the application based on 2 findings. The first being insufficient employee count, the second being DEQ compliance for noise. The appeal was filed by the applicant team, so I might call them applicant or I might call them appellant. They are the same group. And they did provide new information specific to address these 2 findings of denial. Ultimately, City Council voted to remand the appeal back to Planning Commission in order to allow the new information into the record. Now we're here, Planning Commission, to hear the appeal with the new information. Should Planning Commission find that the new information is sufficient to address the 2 findings for denial, they shall find that the Commission did not adequately consider all of the information which was pertinent to the case. And this was because not all of the information which was pertinent to the case was originally provided. I know it's kind of clunky, but as you can see in our code, this is the way through an appeal. These are the only 3 options that City Council and Planning Commission, when it is remanded back to you, these are the only 3 options that we have to consider for an appeal. So We are going with the adequately consider all of the information because the other two do not fit, and we do have new information. So quickly, here's the subject property. It's the northeast corner of Southeast 13th and Sequoia Parkway. It's 12.3 acres, and currently it's a defunct hazelnut grove, and there's no structures on it. You can see it is bounded by the Sequoia Parkway and the Malala Forest Road, and then the Malala Rail on the other side, the west. Thank you. Again, the subject property is zoned M1 Light Industrial in the Industrial Overlay Zone, and it is against urban growth boundary and city limits. The proposal, in summary, is a 3,200 square foot office space, accessory to a 92,000 square foot warehouse space. There will be 2 interior 20-ton cranes. There will be an 8-acre laydown yard with 1 exterior crane, 3 vehicle access points, a rail connection at the northern point. And we know that this will be the operations center for Lampro Steel, which is owned by American Metals Corporation. And they also own American Steel, which has an existing facility at 525 Southwest Sequoia Parkway. So we're going to go through the 2 findings of denial and the specifics of what the appellants have provided to refute those denials. First is the employment density. As you can see here, the conditional uses for the IO overlay require the conditional use if there are less than 3 employees per developed acre. For this purpose, employees must be full-time equivalent. And so the original proposal forecast 13 to 17 employees for the 12.3 acre site, which was a density of 1 to 1.5 employees per acre. The application for the appeal provided a organizational chart, which the appellant says is more accurate to how their employees are actually allocated. And as you can see here, the Lampro Steel site is forecast to have 39 employees. And this does meet the 3 employee per acre minimum, and it eliminates the need for the conditional use. Some notes on the employment density. A total of 37 parking spaces are proposed for the site as shown as in the original submittal, and the employees will work in 2 shifts. So we're not anticipating all 39 employees being there at the same time. We believe parking will be adequate, and I would like the applicants to also kind of delve into their operations more on that. Secondly, a new traffic study was done for the revised employee counts and included the appeal materials in attachment D. And the analysis shows that less than 200 daily trips for the number of employees proposed, which warrants no further study according to our development code. The second finding of denial was the unclear noise impact, and I want to be specific here. In the M1 zone, the manufacturing use is allowed outright as long as the noise standards do not exceed the ODEQ, Oregon Department of Environmental Quality Standards. And in the original application, the noise decibel level and frequency information was not provided in sufficient detail to address the ODEQ standards. As we mentioned in the original presentation, the Canby Municipal Code exempts railroad activities and sounds caused by business operations in the commercial and industrial zones, provided the sounds result from lawful manufacturing operations. And as you can see here in the bottom, note sound caused by lawful business activity or manufacturing are exempt. So again, I just want to bring home that this finding of denial is specific to the ODEQ noise standards. So before we jump into the noise study that the appellant team provided, I want to go through the design alterations for noise attenuation. The first change was an increased setback from Sequoia Parkway from 17.5 to 25 feet, and that will allow for an increase in berm height and additional landscape plantings. Second is the grading along the interior of the berm parallel to the rail spur is increased to 2.5 to 1. This increases the angle of diffraction to reduce the potential for noise transmission. Thirdly, landscape plan revisions were made. Cypress and cedars are proposed to be planted at 8 to 10 feet in height at the time of planting and will grow to be 18 to 20 feet in height within 5 years. And they'll be spaced 15 feet apart with other plantings in between. Fourth, the saw shed access has been moved to the east side of the shed and will be built with soundproofing material. And lastly, acoustic block fencing panels are proposed over the chain link fence. All of those sort of attenuation features were incorporated into this sound study, so keep that in mind when we're looking at these numbers here. So the sound study provided the code maximum, the expected decibel levels, and whether it meets the ODEQ code. And you can see here they broke it down per, type of noise generator. We have a sawing crane, we have a forklift, the interior noise for the primary warehouse, and then we have the trucks. And you can see they all do meet ODEQ standards. This is for the train specifically. They captured an idle train, a moving train, and the train connection. And you can see the maximums are high, but they are allowable. And so overall, if you were to smash all those noises in together, which would be the absolute worst case scenario and will likely never happen, it still does meet, it specifically meets 55 decibels, which beats the ODEQ noise standards. So those are the two findings of denial, and we do believe the applicant has provided finding of facts to refute both of them. Lastly, I want to touch on the consolidated conditions of approval that were provided in attachment D of the appeal packet. So specifically, I want to talk about 15 and 16 regarding water line and fire hydrants. Canby Utility, Canby Fire, and the applicant team have coordinated extensively and are in the early stages of a final layout. Land use staff defers to Canby Utility and the fire department to provide their own conditions of approval and enforce their own regulations, but we recognize the development is not feasible without successful connections. The fire access and water supply plan on the following slide shows the conceptual layout, which has been preliminary approved by Canby Utility and Canby Fire. And if there are small edits needed to the conditions of approval, they can be executed with a type 1 minor modification that can be processed through staff. And we're bringing this up just because there was so much coordination, and it is a unique site in that it is on the very edge of the city, and there are some spots where it's not infrastructure, and so we just really wanted to make sure that these were added into the record. Again, if small changes are required, we can do that through staff. If anything changes on the site itself, it will likely be coming back to you, but we don't anticipate that. So based on that, on the additional information provided by the appellant, planning staff recommends that the Planning Commission approve the appeal, including the consolidated conditions of approval in attachment D, and reverse the decision of denial for DR 10. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you very much.
Yes.
So with that, we will open questions up of the hearing body for staff on anything presented before us. And we will start with Commissioner Ellison.
No questions at this time.
Excellent. Commissioner Jarosh?
No questions.
Commissioner Calkins?
No questions.
I have a question. If we were, just so I understand the order of things, and if we can bring the Zoom people back in, that would be awesome. Before I go any further, I want to make sure we have that.
There we go.
Okay. If we were to put in conditions of approval around any of these things, where in the meeting do those happen again?
You can bring them up during the discussion with the applicant, but
Okay.
you would all decide whether you want to do that towards the end when you're making your decision.
Okay, very good. I don't have any other questions.
I have no questions at this time.
No questions.
No questions. Okay, look at that. So we've tackled that one, and now we will go ahead and bring up the applicant for their presentation.
Chair Padden.
Oh, wait. Uh-oh.
Is it 5 minutes? Is that what we're?
So the applicant will get 15 minutes
Okay.
to give their talk. And then after that, the proponents, opponents, and neutral folks will have 5 minutes each. So if we can set the clock to 15 minutes, and then do we, oh, whoops.
Okay.
Are we good?
Yeah, we're okay.
So I think we had someone from the applicant online. Is someone going to be coming up here? Okay, go ahead. And then we'll just make sure we have everybody queued up online if we need them so that we can fit everybody in. And then just as a reminder, please state your name, address, and company affiliation as you come up, and make sure that the green button is on when you are speaking.
Just one technical, don't mind me.
Don't worry, your time has not started yet.
Yeah, we're all good here. Just need to make sure that it's also sharing in Zoom.
Thank you.
Okay, if you are ready, we can begin.
Hi, my name is Greg Blefkin. I'm with BLMK Engineering and Design. Address 3933 South Kelly Avenue, Portland, Oregon 97239. I am the architect engineer of record for the project, representing the applicant, American Steel. We have Nicole Heater with American Metals Corporation. She's the president and CEO of American Metals Corporation. She is attending virtually. She will be presenting as well. I also have Tobin Cooley with Listen Acoustics. He is the acoustics engineer that prepared the noise study for the development. I will start with just a thank you to Brianna and Don for their efforts in assisting us with our application. Our intent tonight is to address the two appeal items that Brianna did a good job of summarizing: the employment density as well as the unclear noise impact. With that, Nicole will provide kind of a brief history of American Steel and why they're here in Canby. And then Tobin will summarize the noise study and note that our project and development will be in compliance. With that, I'll turn it over to Nicole Heater.
Yes, thank you guys. I hope that everybody can hear me. I assume, Greg, you can hear me?
Yep.
So moving on to the presentation, most of you know us as American Steel in Canby. We moved there in 2008, but in reality, we're American Metals Corporation. We're a large corporation. We moved to Canby in 2008. We had 5 different locations on the West Coast. Today we have 12, and in 2010 we bought Lampro Steel in Portland, Oregon. Much like the American Steel Group, we moved out of Portland for various reasons, and from the day we bought Lampros, we planned on moving them out of the city as well, and it worked out that we could find some property down the street from where we currently are, and that's why we chose Canby to move to. So next up, give you an aerial view of 2 of our sister companies, PDM Steel. You can see from the aerial the way the beam yard is laid out as well as the building itself. We'll go into further detail of that soon, and you'll hear more from Tobin later on as far as the noise study we conducted at one of these facilities, because it's very, very similar to the one that we're going to build in Canby. Next up is, I can't see your slides, Greg, on this, so I'm just kind of winging it a little bit there, but if the org chart is up, you can see from the very top of the org chart, we have the American Metals Group. There's 16 people in our corporate headquarters, from accounts payables, myself, COO, CFOs, accountants, and then it goes down into American Steel, Lampro Steel, and Kent up in Washington. All 3 of those units work together. thank you, to distribute steel. You see the 16 at Canby Corporate, we've got 52 at American Steel, and then the 39 at Lampro Steel. We share some different overlaps, but the main thing is on the Lampro side where we came initially, we only had warehouse employees when we initially came to you. We do have outside sales reps. We do have inside sales reps. They come and go. They may work in the office one day, not in the office. We didn't include them. We've included everybody now that we actually have working. So when you put everything together, just in the Canby facility, we'll have well over 100 people or close to 100. And our plan is growth. I mean, that's a hub. The American Steel Warehouse distributes to many of our other warehouses as well. And if we could today, we went through the recession after 2008, and then we dealt with COVID, cut back employment. If we could employ 10% more today, we would hire them today if we could find them. So I think the headcount is a very low number from where we could get to with growth, as well as if we could find more drivers, more warehousemen, more people to come to work, you would see those numbers grow just immediately today without anything else. So moving on, we have a picture of an exterior craneway. I know some of you don't really understand what we do. There was conversations about steel mills and things. We're a service center. We distribute steel. So this is what the outdoor crane would look like, as well as the beam that would be under the crane. Currently, this facility picks about 55 line items over 2 shifts. We start at 7 a.m. and we end around 11, 12 o'clock p.m.
Nicole, I'm going to pause you right there. The slides have frozen up here. Is there a way to...
Okay.
Don, we're having some technical difficulties. We want to make sure that your presentation is what you were expecting.
You're good.
Yeah,
Hit the press.
You can see the exterior craneway.
Hit this.
not yet. Bear with us for just a moment. We've paused your time.
Does the referee put about 5 more seconds back on the clock there, or should we?
There's
Are we?
wiggle
Are
room.
we? Are we?
There's wiggle room.
There you go.
Okay, I think, and are you seeing the slides at home?
No, but I can see them over their shoulder. So that's the exterior craneway.
Okay, so we can go ahead and, oh wait,
Yeah, I can pick it up from there. So we pick about 55 line items a day
Okay.
over those 2 shifts. That exterior craneway would be closed down at 10 p.m. and open up probably around 7 a.m. We do split shifts, so our drivers will come in around 5:30 in the morning. Their trucks are loaded already. They come in, get their paperwork ready. They pull inside the facility, pick up their trailers, and they will leave. So this exterior craneway, out of the 55 line items a day that are picked, only 20 of them would come from that exterior craneway. So you're talking about a 15-hour period of time with 20 picks. So I think that if you really think about that, that's not a lot of noise or a lot of movement out in that yard. And the guys are coming in and out. It's very, very little of time that they're out there pulling a lot of items. A lot of items, the other over half are pulled from the interior of the building. So if you move on in the, you can see the shed in there, but if you move on into the slideshow a little bit further, I think, Greg, now you're showing the, I have a printout of it. It's hard to see on there.
we're seeing the saw.
Yeah. So you're in the inside of the building and then you're going on to the saw. So the interior saw is where most of the sawing takes place. Most of our sawing is done during the day anyway. But when you look at this interior saw, we already have 2 of these in Canby currently at our current facility. And we've never had a complaint about noise. It's inside, they saw, you can't hear it or see it. So I think it's pretty much just showing you what it looks like, but there isn't a lot of noise that comes from it. And the next slide has the exterior saw shed. As Greg mentioned earlier, Brianna maybe, the door that you see is actually on the opposite side because that door would be facing the neighborhood. If we left it this way, we moved it to the other side. But again, it's all inside of a building. It's not just some outdoor, noise making item out there. And then next we have what the saws look like. As you can see, there'll be one exterior saw in the shed. There's 2 interior, and there's actually 3 interior. There's 2 close to the door and then 1 behind it. But as you can see, these are brand new saws that we have. I mean, way back in the day, you'd cut steel, it would be super loud. These are state-of-the-art, brand new, high performance machines that are very, very quiet compared to the old days. Next up, you'll see how we load steel inside the building. Just beams, putting them onto trucks and moving them out. And next up, we have the flat cars. On the first meeting when we met with you, there was some concern over graffiti and gondola cars. This is what a flat car looks like. There is no gondola. There's no real graffiti on them. They're just open-ended cars. So this is what would feed this facility. There would be no gondolas. So anything you see today would not be increased by what we're doing. And then last up, I think one thing that we really wanted to get through on my presentation is not just the noise and the head count. We're a very proactive company. We're willing to spend money if it keeps our guys safe and keeps the community happy. You can look at this. This is one of our job safety analysis. I think the most noise that you would ever find from our facility would be when somebody sets down steel off of a crane when they're laying it down. All of our job safety analysis say that we would never drop steel. It's not just the noise, but it's unsafe. We train from the very beginning that you set it down easily. You never drop it. But also in the presentation, I think you guys can see, and also the fact that American Steel has been in the community for 14 years. We're good citizens of the community. We understand the importance of being good citizens in the community and knowing our neighbors and being good to them. We put money into our equipment. We put money into our people. We put money into the community. And I think that if you were to look at anybody in the industrial park today, you would find that American is probably the exact company that you want to have double in size in the community and be a bigger part of who you guys are. So if there's any questions, or Greg, you can take it back over.
Thanks, Nicole. When we first started the project, we looked at several different layouts for the property. Three of those sketches are illustrated above. Some of the neighbors voiced some concern about the location of the rail. We really tried to make it work without extending that length of rail that we did, but due to the criterion we were given, the size of the building, the size of the laydown yard, access, circulation, it really drove us to the site plan that we landed on. Here's an illustration of the site plan overlaying the property. The yellow line to the left of west side of Sequoia is the property line of the Timber Park residences. The rail itself is approximately 168 feet from that property line. The saw shed's approximately 394 feet from the property line. Trucks come into the drive off of 13th at the southeast corner of the site, circulate to and through the building, and then exit out on 13th. Cross-section of Sequoia, we have a 40-foot Malala Trail right-of-way to the west, 74 feet of overall right-of-way for Sequoia. And the illustration above illustrates the landscaping, the landscape berm, and the Craneway rail section. Next slide is an enlarged view of the cross-section near the property line. The fence is set back. The fence that we will be installing will be equipped with an acoustic fence. It's a sound buffering material, and the landscaping screening will consist of a combination of Hogan cedars, Leland cypress, a laurel hedge. So at initial growth, 8 to 10 feet, and a growth rate of 2 feet per year, the trees should fill in pretty significant. Here's an illustration of the product attached to the fence, this Acoustic Fence product. In the saw shed, as was mentioned earlier, Brianna indicated that we've changed the design of the saw shed to move the opening to the opposite side of the residences, such that any noise that could get transmitted would be pushed through the opposite side. Illustration to the left is this acoustic block product, similar to the Acoustic Fence material, that's overlaying a quiet fiber, mineral wool, sound insulation material. You can see it kind of in the image to the right. This is an aerial illustrating some photos, some street photos off of Google, where existing berming and screening occur. On Township, there's the Cahoot Waste and Recycling Facility, and to the north of BBC Steel, the A, B, C, D refer to these slides. Photo looking at the berm and screening on Township, evergreen screening on 4th. And with that, I'll turn it over to Tobin.
Thank you, Chair Patton and the committee. My name is Tobin Cooley, Listen Acoustics. I'm the president of Listen Acoustics. I'm a professional engineer in the state of Oregon. My address is 4949 South Macadam Avenue in Portland, 97239. I did the noise study for this. I basically measured existing facility equipment to just get real world numbers, used those numbers to calculate how much sound was getting to the neighborhood. We used, Brianna did a very good job of explaining what criteria were used, the DEQ, Oregon DEQ standards were used. We compared the sounds from the equipment at the property line of the sensitive receivers and found that the sound levels met the requirements. And that last discussion that she had, she was right. I mean, we kind of threw everything at it. If everything was going at one time, would it still meet the noise code or the DEQ standard? And we found that it would. It's very unlikely that would happen. Most of these pieces of equipment are operating for a very short period of time, very sporadically, and they meet the standard very easily under most, under normal conditions. We also measured the sound levels on the site existing right now. We went and sampled the sound over a typical day during a work day, and the noise levels were well above the actual DEQ levels anyway. So, anytime you get a car passing by there or any kind of noise in that space, it's already above any of these levels. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that anyone has about the sound. Hopefully the report was self-explanatory, but happy to answer any questions.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you very much. So with that, thank you very much for your presentation. So with that, we will, if you want to go back to your seat.
Good. I'm just watching the disassembling of my neighborhood. They want to put this steel plant like right in our backyard on this. But I mean, we saw.
What was that?
No, I muted. Keep going.
Oh, okay. So with that, thank you very much. So with that, we're going to go ahead and offer an opportunity for proponents to speak on this. And I do not have any of those cards. So one last ask, anybody here in the chamber or joining us on Zoom, do you wish to speak as a proponent of this proposal? Going once, going twice. With that, we will go ahead and move into those that wish to speak in opposition. So we will start with the ones that we have here in the chamber. The first one I have is from Joyner, I'm sorry. Let me add a thing there. Go ahead and come on up, state your name, address, and your 5 minutes will begin.
Well, the green button's on, so we're good.
Excellent.
Fred Joyner, 2297 Southeast 11th Avenue. My major concern here is noise and the accumulated effect thereof. Steel is a very heavy product. Rail cars are heavy, locomotives are heavy. There's a lot of clanging and banging going on with rail cars, engines, couplers. And while that may be considered a loud business activity, it is still noise. Loaded trucks pulling out of warehouses, under load, building RPMs, our noise. And this is a double shift property. So it will be extended in the morning and in the afternoons. So we already have issues with noise on the street. Car noise, truck noise, hot rod noise, drag racers, motorcycles, and whatnot, which is probably topic of another discussion with the board at some later date. But my biggest concern is noise. And so should the noise become unacceptable to either myself or residents of the neighborhood, Timber Park, who is going to be responsible to come out and test for those noise levels? And what recourse might we have? So that's where I guess I'm going to make it very simple. Should this exceed what may be acceptable, who's going to test, who's going to be responsible, and what remedies would maybe be employed at that time? All right, and with that, I believe that's all I needed to say.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very much for your time. Thank you very much for your time. And like I said, after we get through all this, we will work to answer your questions. So with that, we will go ahead and ask John Fortner. I'm sorry. Huh? Fontana. Oh my gosh. So just so everybody knows, I am horrible at reading names. So
I'm terrible at writing, so.
Apologize emphatically for all that.
Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead and state your name and address, and your 5 minutes will begin.
John Fontana, my address is 1096 South Willow Street, and I'm a resident of Timber Park. Thank you for the opportunity to share our concerns. My comments and questions are in response to information in the appeals packet, attachment A. When VLMK first presented this project to Timber Park, they assured us that there would be 12 to 17 employees at the site working in 2 shifts. Those employees would be transferred from another site in Portland. One of the Planning Commission's objections was that the low number of employees would not bring increased revenues to Canby. In the appeal on page 23, numbers were manipulated to avoid the conditional approval. The reality is there are no new jobs adding any significant revenue to the businesses in Canby. VLMK assured neighbors that the facility would be storing and moving steel. That was the original intent. The saw shed was added outside the building. That was added in the January packet. Previously, VLMK stated there would be 5 to 7 trucks that would be making 1 or maybe 2 trips daily. However, page 54 shows the actual projected trip generation to be 208 daily trips. Are these trips going back and forth between 2 locations, and they will be using Sequoia Street? An amended truck travel route was presented in the amended application to the City of Canby showing vehicles entering and exiting on 13th Street. That plan is not part of the amended packet, so what kind of traffic exiting onto Sequoia can we anticipate? The amendment states that operations are Monday through Friday with only 1 up to 4 weekends per work per year that would be open. The current site operates 7 days a week with very few exceptions. What would prevent this additional location from operating in the same schedule, which is every day of the week? The LMK has stated that train car movement would occur 1 day per week with potential second delivery. Oregon Pacific Railroad states in their letter on page 29, this is not an agreement. They are a common carrier and reserve all rights under federal law to operate as needed. Does the City of Canby and residents have a say in the development of our city? The zoning for both Timber Park and the property in question were both set at the same time. Are some types of light industrial more suited to be located near low-density housing? Who is going to see that the proposal for truck traffic flow, hours of operation, noise, and future development are enforced? American Steel purchased this plot of land this past September for $3.7 million. They will also pay a fee of, in lieu of fee of $51,155 for future traffic improvements. Will that even put a dent in commuter congestion? Coin TV, coinchannel6.com reported on March 22nd, citing Canby as being the 15th worst city in the state of Oregon for commuter traffic congestion. There are 92 homes in Timber Park, all of them with values exceeding $500,000. Those neighbors also shop here, dine here. We vote here, pay taxes here, raise our kids here. Many work here and support our local schools. It seems to me that a minimum of $46 million in property values, not to mention all the ways we support our Canby community, should give us a voice over a letter mentioning a school donation. Mr. Helbling of Wilson's Construction stated in his letter that supporting American Steel brings jobs and growth to our community, but transferring 13 employees from the Portland site is not bringing job opportunities to Canby residents. Is this the best fit for the property? How are they helping city grow in quality of life? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. So I just want to double check. Is it okay that I write on the back of these? Because these are going to become part of the record, correct?
That's fine, yeah.
Okay, I wanted to make sure. This is the first time I've done this in person, and I want to make sure I'm not like burning everything to the ground by doing this.
Yeah.
Exactly. Thank you very much, sir. So with that, we will go ahead and move on to our next opponent, and that is John and Barbara Fontana?
That was me with.
Oh, that was you.
My wife's not able to come, so I.
Okay, and this is the written record of what you were saying. Okay, I had you double there. Okay, so we will put that with that, so I can keep track of that. Now, is there any opponents joining us? So, is there anybody else here from the chamber that wishes to speak as an opponent? Okay, then we will move on to folks on Zoom. Is there anybody who wishes to speak as an opponent on Zoom? If so, please raise your hand or let us know. Okay, we do have a hand raised. Lori Grady, is that correct? Hold on just 1 second. Let's make sure we can get you turned on. Go ahead. Are you unmuted?
Yes.
Okay, you have 5 minutes. You may begin. Please state your name, address, and go from there.
Okay, my name is Lori Grady, and I live in Timber Park on Southeast 11th Avenue. I just want to back up what John Fontana and Fred have saying that everything that what they said is valid, and I think that that should be considered when you make your decision. And I just want to make sure that they're heard and they have the development that is standing behind them. So thank you.
Excellent, thank you very much. Is there anybody else that would wish to speak in opposition from Zoom? Yeah. Going once. Going twice. Okay, so now we will move into those that wish to speak neutrally, neither for or neither as a proponent or opponent of the application. Any neutrals? Going once, going twice. Okay, then now we will go ahead and, let me just make sure I'm doing this right. Well, public hearing. Somebody from the hearing body. Opponents neutral. So we'll go ahead and start, if you would like to, if the applicant may come up and rebut any of the statements and questions that were posed. You'll have 10 minutes for the rebuttal.
Green light, go.
Yep.
Okay. Several comments that I didn't take complete notes with, but starting off, we did have a neighborhood meeting. We presented the project to the group. The majority of the attendees at that meeting were the Timber Park residents. It was clear that noise, light, traffic were the primary concerns. And we had fully intended of screening the yard and adding a berm. With the results of the noise study, we realized that a 14-foot sound barrier would be more appropriate and would be a more definitive sound block for the residents. The employee count was based upon information that we had at the time. After American Metals really broke down their employee count and determined sales staff that would be going between the facilities and all their drivers, the result was that organization chart that was illustrated there. American Steel's current facility has 68 employees. And the Lampro Steel will have 39 employees. So between the two, the density is well beyond the 3 per acre count. One of the other comments had to do with the exit onto 13th, and as far as the circulation, the majority of the traffic has always been the circulation into the site via 13th at the East Drive, circulating to and through the building via the Center Drive onto 13th. The secondary exit onto Sequoia is used on an occasional, or will be used on an occasional need. I can let Nicole speak to that a little bit more when I wrap up. We will be keeping that gate closed. That was a concern with that will help noise, any noise that could be transmitted through the site, through the gate. It will be kept closed. That gate will also be adorned with the Acoustic Fence product. As far as the $51,000 fee in lieu of for traffic, that's just to address one of the intersections that's not in the Transportation System Master Plan. Our development fees for this project total well over $500,000. In traffic alone, we will probably be committing at least $250,000 towards traffic impact. The 208 trips that resulted from the traffic impact study were calculated via the ITE manual and are well in excess of the number of trips that the facility will generate. With that, Nicole, I'll let you kind of jump in and address any further comments you might have.
Thank you. No, the only thing with the Sequoia Parkway entrance and exit, we typically go through our plants to leave. We have to go through to load and go out. So our plan is to have that gate never open before 7 a.m. We understand there's a neighborhood across the street. We're not going to have lights flashing coming out of there. They'll run through the building as they load in the morning, come out onto 13th, and then leave. In the middle of the day, they may leave that route, but it would be a very minimal amount of time that they ever leave that gate. And whenever we bring rail cars in and offload, we've already discussed the safety concerns around having a gate open with traffic being able to enter through that gate when a live rail car could be coming in or a rail car being moved. So those gates would be closed anytime there's any movement of rail car as well. So we think that also will help with some of the noise from that exit. And as far as our hours, yes, we do run 2 shifts. The current Canby facility is open 24 hours a day, but I think we've maybe worked 3 Saturdays this year. We do not run 7 days a week. It would be very minimal. We don't have enough employees, to be honest with you, to be able to even do that. It's just not possible today. So other than that, I think everything's been discussed.
I think, Tobin, if you can address maybe some of the sound concerns and the ambient noise and the ambient noise in itself being in excess of the standards, and then maybe speak to our project.
Sure, I can appreciate the concerns of the neighborhood. It is across the way, and the distances are fairly large for a lot of the pieces of equipment, and the equipment is not particularly noisy. In the measurements we made, the barrier that's being placed in the design is a significant barrier, a significant sound barrier. That's 14 feet is a very tall barrier. Plus the berming is very effective as well. The study we did is conservative. By nature, I'm fairly conservative about these things, and so, like I explained before, we try to take the worst case scenario at the worst moment of the day and use that as our example. I expect based on the operations I observed and the frequency of actually things going on site, that the noise will be very sporadic, and it will be well under the levels that are the maximum required by DEQ. What was the other question?
I think that's bad. I think to close, hopefully this will be a clear and objective statement that we will be in compliance with standards. We will meet the employee density count. We've shown that. We've illustrated that. And we will meet the sound ordinance. The sound ordinance itself is a little bit misleading. The noise ordinance states that lawful business activities sound is exempt. Also states that railroad activities sound is exempt. The effort that we put forth with our sound consultant and the efforts that we're putting forth to ensure that noise is not going to be a concern, I hope is obvious. And with that, we respectfully request the Commission's approval of the appeal.
Okay, does that conclude your rebuttal?
It does.
Okay, thank you very much. So now this is where I just have a quick question. So we've gone through all that. If we have any other questions, we're able to ask those of the applicant. We just cannot get new information, correct? Okay.
That's correct.
And then if we wanted to address a couple of these questions that came from the community, can we do that now, or we do that after we close the public hearing?
If it's specific to something that the applicant said, we can address it now. If you just want to address it generally, it would be during discussion.
Okay.
I would suggest that you have the questions now.
Okay. One of them was if the community finds that the noise is a problem, what is the process that they would go through to have someone come out and do a study after the project is completed? How would that work?
And I'll speak to that. I think the applicant has stated correctly, the city does not have a noise ordinance, but within our light industrial zone, we do reference the fact that they need to meet DEQ standards, which they have shown. I think the one item I was thinking about during the testimony, and it may be helpful for Mr. Tobin to speak to that a little further on the noise issue, is how much the situation essentially is, I think, that what is the variation, and you mentioned they were significantly under the noise range, and I would be curious with DEQ in general, as a general question for industrial activities, if there's a yearly inspection, may not address noise, but other operational elements. So with that in mind, I'd like Mr. Tobin to speak to the noise issue, and the monitoring would end up having to come from DEQ. This is not a city ordinance. So back to the clear and objective standards, we're stating as part of this process what is the applicant's information as an expert is being provided that's clear and identifying this below the standard. I'd be curious to see what the variation is between how much would that have to increase to be a problem that DEQ would need to get involved with. I guess that would be the issue, but it would end up having to be a DEQ enforcement issue.
Okay?
It's an interesting question because, first of all, normally when you deal with a noise code on a statewide level, they usually want to defer to the most local authority. They really want to give, Canby the right to make their own rules about these kinds of things. So usually you'd follow the strictest local ordinance for sound. In this case, it doesn't apply to the project, so that's a little tricky. The last time I checked, DEQ actually does not enforce any of the sound rules in the state. Unless they've changed that recently, they don't send somebody out to solve this. That's not to say somebody couldn't go measure and make a report, but there is no DEQ enforcement at this time.
Gotcha. And so I guess with that in mind, I mean, the standard that's being, it would be an enforcement issue, I guess, essentially. Mr. Tobin, could you speak to the issue about the ambient? I mean, it sounds like the natural background noise is greater than, in many cases, the operational elements.
That's true. What we found, and we didn't do an exhaustive study over months, but we did go sample it at times that were typical of the workday. The sound levels were, if the limit's 55 decibels, the sound levels we were measuring were well over 60, pushing up towards 70 decibels at that site. So what someone's experiencing in the neighborhood, and I think it was mentioned by one of the gentlemen, is it's already fairly loud there. And so what I would say as an expert in acoustics is this wouldn't add to the existing ambient. It would be well below the limits, as well as not adding to what's already there.
Okay. So I think the answer to the public comment is that there really is no way for them to.
Well, the city's not, I mean, our code does, essentially our code does not regulate the sound. It's a DEQ referral in our code, which probably, that's something that we should probably look at in our code as in general is, should there be city noise standards? That's probably something that should be looked at because it would have to be city enforced based on our city code, and we're not technically enforcing Department of Environmental Quality standards. But with that said, the clear and objective standard has been shown by a professional that they're meeting the standard for that. And that's
Director Hardy, one question. So I'm assuming that this community has an HOA, and in that particular instance, if the HOA felt that there was a problem, where would that go? And that's, I think, part of what I heard in the question earlier. Would that? I hear there's not an enforcement arm of the DEQ. So what would their recourse be if it grew to be a much bigger issue?
Yeah, and I guess, it's a good question. I, don't have a great answer. The reason I'm asking the question about what it is now, I don't think it's really even close. I mean, that's the issue here, and that's what I'm trying to get to is I think it'd have to be exorbitantly greater than it is now. I mean, I guess the question is, what would it be? Would it be close to meeting the standard without the mitigation that they're proposing? That's probably a better question. Because I don't really have a good answer because it's not a section of our code necessarily that addresses that. It basically defers it, and in the industrial park, essentially, there are no noise standards that are city standards. So I think we'd have a difficult time enforcing something that we're referring to as a DEQ standard. But the loop back here, I think, is that the standard they've shown meets it, and it sounds like it meets it by a significant amount. So I'm not a great answer perhaps, but the best I can give you.
So of all the questions, it seemed like I just wanted to for the community's sake, to respect you for coming out tonight, that seemed to be the kind of the question that got glossed over. So I wanted to make sure that you had heard something about that. The fact that there is no details about noise ordinances in the Canby Code is one of many problems with the Canby Code because it hasn't been revised since 1985. And it is something that, as current chair, I am beating a very significant drum to try and fix. And this noise thing is one of the things that is on the list to deal with. And that's as best of an answer as I can give. So with that, I think that was the last of those questions. I think now we will go ahead and close the public hearing. Oh,
Do any of the commissioners have questions for the applicant?
okay. I want to make sure that I'm doing this right. Okay, so with that, we'll go ahead and see if there's questions of the body for the applicant. And we will start with Commissioner Ellison and work our way this way.
So there's one question I had about safety equipment, early detection, sirens, any of that. Over the years as a tradesperson, I've worked in various different plants, and there's oftentimes very loud backup beeps and all that kind of stuff. What can we expect, if anything, in that regard from the plant?
I'll let Nicole take this, but forklifts are typically the vehicles that have the backup sensors, and there is forklifts that we analyze as part of the loading operations. The amount of time that the forklifts are out in the yard is pretty minimal. I'll let Nicole speak to the number of times they're out there. The cranes really do not have a warning sensor. Brand new cranes, so their sensitivity is minimal. Not much backing up in the process with the trucks, so really not much noise sound sensors with that. Because the rail car is within the circuit, it doesn't pass through township, there will be no crossing sounds as part of that either. Nicole, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, no, I think you covered it pretty well. I mean, we're going to have a couple of forklifts like any industrial park would have. But backing up as far as trucks, I think we've got a very good workflow where they circle through. The exterior crane that we have that we're putting in eliminates the need for a lot of forklifts or backing up. They'll pull underneath. The cranes will handle the vast majority of anything that we do on the exterior of the building, as well as the flow for trucks. And we do not have beeps on the craneways. I think a lot of different companies have over the years, but we do not. So anything you'd see would just be typical of what we even have over at the American Steel facility, a forklift here or there, or a truck every once in a while backing up. But it's not going to be common practice throughout the day, and we won't be out in the yard after dark, really. So,
thank you.
And I just wanted to point out, just so you know, in the applicant's information, starting on page 38, where all of they actually have forklifts, the noise from the forklifts and stuff generated called out in that report. Anything else? Okay, we'll go ahead to Commissioner Jarosh.
Hi, good evening. I spent quite a bit of time going through the previous documents and the current documents and all the new documents, the noise study and the traffic study and the narratives, and I found a number of reconciling changes or differences of numbers that I couldn't reconcile. And normally that's something I'm very good at. So I guess just a point of feedback, this was difficult to analyze, the previous to the new, to the different studies. And I think maybe we could work with future applicants to get some kind of grid so they look at, if you're going to mention the word truck driver, make sure you got the same number of truck drivers in all the documents, or truck trips. So I would just want to get some clarity on some of the differences that I found. There are probably good reasons, but they weren't explained. I guess one question to start with is just about the shift work. How many shifts? I think I heard 2 shifts. Is that right?
Correct. Nicole, do you want to speak to the operations, the shift changes and staff?
Yeah, I mean, we say 2 shifts. They're staggered though. So our truck drivers will come in at 5:30 in the morning. Our warehouse wouldn't come in until 7. So we would consider them the same shift in the morning, right? Even though one's at 5:30 and one's at 7, we would consider that the day shift. And then sometime between the hours of 1:30 and 3, our second shift would come in, some would leave co. And then by somewhere between the hours of 11 and midnight, the place would be closed down, locked up for the night and done. So just a minute, we call it 2 shifts, but they are staggered and there's people on different time within that period of time, I guess, from 5:30 a.m. till up until midnight.
Okay, I guess what I'm trying to understand a little bit is if there's an overlap in shifts, how many people at one time would be the maximum working there on site? I know you said the salespeople might be in and out, I get that, but when I'm thinking about the truck drivers, now that it's been called out that this will be the hub for the truck drivers, I'm assuming that means they will be there every day at that site. So, and given if there's an overlap of shifts, what's the maximum number of people that will be there at one time? That's my question.
Sure. I mean, those truck drivers would be leaving when the guys come in at 7. So if you want to say like at any given period of time, the most people that would probably be over there would be pushing somewhere between probably 15 and 20 at one time.
But the truck drivers would have their personal cars parked there, right?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, we have had ones that take their trucks and we park them up in Washington overnight and they come in the morning. But for the most part, yeah. Yes.
So how many people might be parked there at one time during the day? The max? The 10 truck drivers?
I would still say close to probably 20 people, right around 20 people.
20 people, okay. And the question that came up because of the number of parking spaces from the first application to the second application, it did not change, but your number of employees went up significantly. So just in reconciling, and then you also mentioned that you would hire 10% more people if you could right now. And it doesn't seem like there's adequate parking now for that because of the number of parking spaces didn't change.
Correct. We have, I believe it's 39 spaces or possibly 37. With the shift over change and the maximum number of people being there at 20, with sales folks coming in and out, the 20 spaces or the need for 20 parking spaces is really the ultimate. If we were to hire 10% more, we need 22 spaces. If the demand grows to the point where we need more than 37 spaces, we've got plenty of room in the yard to accommodate that. We've actually illustrated and ghosted in an additional, I believe it's 18 spaces currently where the truck parking area is.
Okay. So the org chart mentioned 17 folks in the shop. So, and those folks won't overlap? There will never be 17 shop people there at the same time?
Nicole?
No.
I don't understand that. Do they have overlapping shifts or what?
Some would they kind of overlap, but they're leaving as ones are coming. So I guess you could have a couple people there at the same time. I guess I'm not understanding your question.
Does one
they would overlap maybe for 15 minutes? Sometimes not. It just depends on when their shift starts and ends between that 5:30 a.m. and midnight.
I guess I don't understand the shifts.
So
Is that documented anywhere what the shift hours are? I didn't see it.
I think with the shift hours, what did you say? When is your shift? I think the question is if you have 17 people, just so I understand, you have 17 people in the shop.
Right.
All 17 of those people have the potential to be there during the shift change. But half of those people will be there at the beginning of the shift. There will be 17 shift people there during the change. And then half of those people, and then that will be reduced by half for the second half of the shift. Is that where you're going, Commissioner Jarosh?
Right. I'm just trying to understand who works there when.
It really depends on the workflow, right? I mean, if we're super busy, a guy comes in at 7, but you know what? If we have to load trucks out in the late afternoon, we may have a guy start at 10 a.m., right? I mean, his shift could be somewhere in the middle of that 7 a.m. to midnight, depending on our needs and our flow of our work. So we call it 2 shifts, but they'll ebb and flow between those hours. The easiest way for us to explain it to you is that there's 2 shifts, but basically the shop would be there somewhere between the hours of 7 and midnight, depending on the person and what they're doing. Just depends on where we're busy and where we need people.
Okay. So there is a potential that there might be 17 people parked there that work in the shop at one time.
I guess it's possible. It'd be rare, but I guess it would be possible.
Yeah, it's hard to know without understanding how the shifts overlap.
Sure.
And then there are 10, I saw on the narrative, it said 10 truck drivers, and then on the org chart, it said 6 truck drivers. I don't understand that difference.
That could have been a typo on my behalf.
Which one is correct?
6, the org chart.
Okay.
I
It's under
saw,
over at
I
Canby.
saw the narrative.
At American.
And Nicole, I think you were explaining 10 total in Canby between the two facilities?
We have the 9 over at Canby at American Steel, and then we'll have the 6 at Lampros, because we run the trucks north. So they'll be pretty close to 15 total, right in there, 15. I mean, just depends, but we get more. I mean, these are our common carriers too, because we can't get employees, but yeah, they'll be 15.
So it said, I'm just going to read the narrative. Additionally, there are over 10 truck drivers employed full-time and that are based at the Lampros facility. So we're saying that should have said 6.
There's 6 at Lampros, and there's 10 at the Canby facility that's currently there. There's actually 9 today, but we'd like to have 10.
I don't understand.
So the
Which one
org
is
chart
right?
is correct.
So if I may, I'm going to interject here. I think the problem is that we are reviewing this application, and Don, correct me if I'm wrong. We are reviewing this application for a facility built at this particular location. The total number of employees, one of the things that we had said was a problem was the number of employees that are at this particular location. You have now come back to us to say, well, actually, we have more than the allotted, or we have the allotted amount of employees or more than that, because some of them are at your corporate office at American Steel. The problem is that that is not the location where this building is going to be built. So as a commission, we are trying to establish the total number of employees at this physical location. But what we are getting is an org chart to say, well, we have 6 people here, we have 10 people over here, we have X number of people here, we have some more people over there. I think what Commissioner Jarosz is trying to get at is to say, we've been told it's 10 truck drivers, we've been told it's 6, now we've been told it's 6 at Lampros and 10 over here at American Steel. And correct me if I'm wrong, Don, when we look at this, we have to look at what is at this particular site. So when we ask how many employees, how many truck drivers are going to be located out of the site, we need a concise number. Is that correct?
So per the org chart, we have 39 employees. We've indicated 6 drivers, or that's in that in the org chart. The 10 that are noted in the narrative, it was likely my oversight.
Okay, so you have 6 truck drivers at the Lampros site. Okay.
And it says these 10 truck drivers begin and end their shift at the Lampros facility. So that means a driver would they take their personal car to the Lampros facility and begin and end their shift there every day. So whether it's 6 or 10, they would do that.
Correct.
All right, so if you have 17 people in the shop and 6 people, you're starting to get over 20 a day is what I'm getting at. That doesn't mention the accounting people or the others in the org chart. So my math is just different than yours. Okay.
Chair Patton, I think perhaps the issues on parking is the concern.
Yeah.
It sounds like we've addressed the issue, or the applicant has addressed the issue of the employment being the number that they've identified. So maybe we could focus on, with what we know in terms of that employment that they have, and then also how many people will have on the site at one point. If there are specific questions the Planning Commission has for adequacy of parking, we could focus the conversation down on that.
Okay. And I think what we're running into, and I apologize for not mentioning this before, is that the application before us is, and I think this is where I messed up. The things that we are discussing tonight as part of this application remand, or this appeal, is the number of employees and the noise. So technically, because the parking was not part of us denying the original application, we really cannot discuss the parking unless we open everything back up. Is that correct?
I think that there are some elements to the employment that has increased slightly. It's brought them over 39 employees. I don't think it's unfair to look at the parking based on that.
Okay.
So I would just suggest that we focus down on is there adequacy of the parking that is being proposed, and based on the information the applicants provided, and if there's not, then are there remedies, and having a conversation with the applicant.
Okay. Does that make sense?
Not really, but I'll go that way.
So, go ahead.
I want to follow up with what Commissioner.
Your mic on? Mike?
I agree with what you're saying. I mean, in the past, we called this employee skip when there was two businesses in the same town and they needed to justify one to get it going. So I've been very intently listening to what's been said. You got 6 truck drivers, you got 17 employees. Am I correct?
That's the warehouse people.
There's 39 employees total at the site.
Okay. So then those 39 employees are all working on that site. They're not shifted from the other, they're not more than what you need on the other one. They're all working at this site. I don't care about the other site. You guys, that's great, that's wonderful.
Understood.
We're looking at, we have a criteria that we have to meet. And I need to know in my head that you're saying 39, there are 39 people that are going to be employed on that site. Yes or no?
Yes, and that's illustrated in the org chart. Now, whether they're sales, whether they're plant, whether they're truck drivers, they were broken out within that org chart. So do the sales drivers show up? Nicole, if you can expand on that a little better.
I don't care if you counted Santa Claus for the Christmas party. As long as there's 39 employees on that site, that's what we need to hit.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a couple more questions, but it may be something because it's not part of those specific 2 subject areas, but we had a lot of information about truck trips, and that was also included in the traffic study. And the number of truck trips on one of the traffic studies said 6 per day. But if now we know there are going to be more truck drivers there, doesn't make sense, 10 truck drivers and 6 trucks a day. I don't know, truck traffic. So, but that's not part, that wasn't the 2 items that we said. And then the other one was last time we had a discrepancy in a discussion about off-street parking, which was based on the former number of employees that we were given. And given that there'll be more employees on site, meaning fewer empty parking spaces, then do we bring up another discussion of off-street parking, which we didn't think was adequate at that time either.
Okay.
So the numbers change, but now it's like, when can we discuss the ramifications of those numbers being changed? But
Okay.
that's all I have.
Don?
I think now would be an appropriate time. I mean, I think, again, I think that questions of the applicant would be appropriate in terms of the parking count and its adequacy. That's part of this hearing tonight. So, I mean,
Okay.
I think I would suggest that if you're thinking it's inadequate, that conversation should happen before you close the hearing.
Okay, excellent. So what I'm going to do, and because it's possible that others may have the same question, what I want to do is go through all of our questions, and then for those revisit items, we will come back. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Okay. So with that, did you have any? So we've got I think we've handled the number of employees for the site, but we need to revisit parking. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now we'll move on to what?
Truck trips.
Well, yeah, that's going to be part. I think the truck trips, the off-street parking, all of that, we're going to lump into that parking function, is what I've got written down here.
Thank you.
Okay? Commissioner Calkins.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Drosch asked a lot of the questions I had. My only remaining questions are truck trip adjacent. So that's all I have right now.
Okay. Okay, sounds like a plan. So, Commissioner Ewert, I'm sorry if this is super clumsy. I'm trying to make this work.
Push the button. All right. Question on the sound barrier. I have two questions. Number one, I think it's pretty creative what you came up with as far as the sound, because bushes don't, like we talked before, bushes aren't a sound barrier.
Right.
The sound barrier that you're going to come up with, you referred to it as being 14 foot, is that correct? Now, is that 14 foot on top of the berm, or does that include the berm? That
includes the berm, 6 foot berm, 8 foot fence,
okay.
14 feet.
Good. Now, the material that you're going to use is a cyclone fence. The site at American Steel now, they've got some fence issues, needs some repair and so on and so forth. This fence is going to be very for wind and ice, all kinds of things that we experience here. I could see this having issues. So can you explain to me a little bit how the engineering, how this fence is going to stay up and it's going to stay looking nice?
So typically fences are designed with some flow through. They're designed with ice, but they're not designed as a 100% barrier. We will in fact be designing the fence posts, rails, end posts for as a solid wall.
Okay, so, and this material actually goes, it either goes into the ground or it's connected to a footing that is at the base, so it's a solid, and then it's glued at the seams, so it's a solid sound absorbent barrier. Is that correct?
It is taped at the seams.
Yep.
It will be lapped at the ground with
Okay.
some material overlay. But the overlaps will be sealed.
Okay.
Correct.
And would you have any problem if we were to put a condition that moving forward, this fence stays upright with whatever engineering you guys need to do, so that when we get a wind, it isn't all laying down like dominoes?
We would be fine with that, and I think there was a mention of a condition in the last go-around to maintain the fence.
Okay. So we're going to have 8 foot on top of the 6 foot. That was one question I had. Have you considered white noise backup alarms on your forklifts and things of that nature to kind of help with that stupid beep beep?
The beep is annoying, but it's going to be incredibly minimal with the amount of fork traffic in the yards.
Right.
But I'm not familiar with the white noise.
White noise is more of a swooshing sound. Some of the folks in the industrial park use that. Any of them that I talk to, I encourage them to use those. New York City uses them on their garbage trucks because the beeping is so annoying. So that would just be something I'd throw out there. I think being to be a good neighbor, that would be a good thing to look at. So are we now just talking to the applicant, or are we also addressing things that the public brought up?
We are doing both.
We're doing
So
both.
that way, yes.
Some of the things that the public brought up. One of the things about monitoring sound, and this is a carrot, but it has worked. The old adage of squeaky wheel gets the grease. If these guys turn out to be bad neighbors and they're noisy, you go to DEQ, you find out who handles that, and you camp on their desk, and they will send somebody out eventually to talk to them and address the problem. I can speak from experience on that. So thorn in their side, they don't like that. So it's but I would suggest talking to them first, and then if you got to camp with DEQ, do it. I've had personal experience with that. It's a lot of work, but it actually can be done. It said somebody made a comment of how it benefits community. You know, we're talking about this project, and it doesn't make any difference whether this project or any project. You have a tremendous amount of spin-off as far as how it helps the community, whether it's tires, forklift parts, saw blades, you name it. It benefits what they have with their employees throws a huge amount of work out to the community, whether it's our tire shops, Canby builders, whatever. So it does help the community to a certain extent. Now, whether that offsets our traffic situations and so on and so forth, we're working on that as far as the city is concerned to try to help traffic and so on and so forth. So it does help, it does bring a benefit to the community in those areas. I think we do need to discuss our code noise issues.
It's on the list.
It's on the list. So just so you folks know, we're going to be dealing with that. I think that they've shown in their thing where they've increased the setbacks. They've got the sound barrier going on. Oh, I know one question I was going to ask the sound folks is that wool product. Where does that go again?
So that will go in the saw shed. So what we did with the saw shed is we reoriented it so that the openings do not face the drive. We will be wrapping the saw shed with the acoustic block, similar to the Acoustic Fence product. This mineral wool, quiet fiber, will be between the framing members. So,
and you showed pictures of your saws up here. Now, you're using band saws and not abrasive saws or wheel blade saws.
We're using band saws, correct?
Okay, well, that makes a huge difference. If they were abrasive saws, we'd have a little bit of an issue with that, as far as I'm concerned. So I don't have any other further questions at this particular point. I think we need to really nail down the employee count that is here, that we're not shifting from one to the other just to get the numbers to look good. But as far as everything else, I have no more questions.
Okay, excellent. Commissioner Hutchinson.
Nothing new for me. I think we've trod all the ground fairly well. Thank you.
Okay. For me, I will want specific clarification on the number of employees at this site because your paperwork is very confusing. It sounds like you are counting employees from a different site to work as employees at this one. So we're going to go ahead and revisit that. But one thing that has not been talked about that I have a question for pertaining to a possible condition is your hours of operation. You talk about 2 shifts starting at 5 o'clock in the morning with the first one and then going as late as 11 o'clock at night. From what I could tell, you have the saw running until 10 o'clock at night. My question is, in an effort to I know you've done a lot. You've come a long ways for being a better neighbor for this project, but would you be willing to kind of adjust that ending hour of operation for saws from 11 to like 10 o'clock, whether it's starting your sawing an hour earlier and ending it an hour earlier in order to give the neighborhood a little bit more of a reprieve, but still be able to have your shifts and get your work done? Would you be amiable to something like that?
Nicole, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, we already have stated that we don't plan on running that outdoor saw past 10 o'clock at night. I mean, that's not our intent at all. For the most part, that saw actually runs during the day for the most part. I just don't want to limit ourselves to never running it past the day shift. But for the most part, that saw will always be done before 10, and possibly on most occasions it'll be done late afternoon on the exterior saw. I just don't want to put myself in a box, but it won't run after 10 o'clock at night.
So you wouldn't be And I guess I misspoke. I was hoping to get more of a commitment towards like 8 or 9 o'clock at night.
Yeah, I think, at the end of the day, I would tell you that for the most part, it probably won't be, but I'm also not gonna lie to the community and sit here and say something that I don't know is possible if we get busy. I mean, we'll try not to, but, we wanna be good neighbors. We're not, but 6, 7, 8 o'clock at night, that's limiting our operation if we get really busy.
Okay. Let me just double check what I've got here. Go ahead.
I think the saw is probably going to be among the quieter parts of the operation, honestly speaking.
Okay.
Compared to road traffic and the train, I doubt you'd notice it. And with what they're adding, it really sounds good to me.
Okay. Commissioner Ewert?
I will go along with what he said. I had all the tools in my shop. My bandsaw and my drill press are probably the two quietest ones.
Okay.
So if they're using if they were using abrasive saws, circular saws, that whole different ballgame. But bandsaw, it's just, and it's gonna be in a padded room.
That's fine, but I will just let you know that whether it's a saw that cuts with a chain or a feather, I'm going to advocate for the quietest possibility for these folks that live next to this facility. As you know, I was one of the folks that had quite a to-do about the noise of this thing, and I will do my best for these folks here for the noise. So I had to ask.
And we certainly want to be good neighbors, and I hope that they know the door is open. Come visit us, come talk to us if there's a concern.
Okay. So with that, I think that we need to revisit the 2 remaining questions, which we are not going to close. We're not going to close the public hearing for these. We're going to keep it open, correct? While we address these.
And those 2 questions, Chair Patton.
Employees.
Yeah.
And parking.
Yeah, yes, that's.
Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and readdress the employee section, because I think once we trip the employee section, that will give us more clarity for parking and truck trips, okay?
Okay.
So I'm going to kind of take the lead here just for the group. Again, we want to nail down for the record the number of employees at this site. So we've already established that there are 6 truck drivers that are going to call this address home, correct?
Can we pull up the org chart maybe for clarity?
I believe so. Yep, we're going to work on that.
The answer is yes.
Okay. And while the org chart is coming up, we also have 17 shop employees that will be over the course of 2 shifts, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, they're staggered. So yes, but there's 17 total for the 2 shifts. There is 17 shop employees. Okay, so now that gets us to 23 employees, correct?
17 plus 6.
Okay, so now our magic number is how many? 39.
Need 16 more.
So where are the 16 other people coming from?
Nicole, we have the Walt as the supervisor, operations, traffic safety,
Yep.
+1. Sales manager,
Joe.
4 inside, 4 outside.
So there's a sales manager, and then there's 4 inside sales reps and 4 outside sales reps. They're all different people.
Different people.
So that's 4 in and 4 out, and those are sales reps. So we have 1 sales manager and 8 sales reps. So now we are, if my count is correct, we are at 33 people with that.
Yep. They have dispatch, shipping and receiving.
1 dispatcher.
Correct. There's Walt and him. There's 2.
There's 2 dispatchers.
Traffic safety and operations traffic, yes, there's 2 of them.
Okay, so we're
You can't
calling
have trucks coming and going out of the facility without somebody in the office. routing the trucks and working with the truck drivers coming in. So there's 2.
Okay. So that's 3, 4, 5. That's 35. Where's the other 4 people?
Billing, AP, purchasing, and
Credit,
purchasing manager.
credit.
Okay, so billing, AP, and purchasing are all individual people.
Yes,
So that's 3.
And a purchasing manager.
And a purchasing manager. 35, 36, 37, 38. That's your 39.
there you go.
Okay. And they will all be physically housed at this location.
Correct.
Okay. We're going to hold you to that.
Okay.
Are these people new hires? Are they coming from the old Lambrose location, or is it a mix of that, or who are these people?
Nicole?
It's a mix of both. I mean, when we were on the initial hearing in January, I believe, part of what you guys asked us to do was actually even move, like if we had operations people in our Kent facility, move some of our operations or sawing or something from other facilities. But these people will be in the Canby location at the Lampros end of the street, not in the Canby American Steel facility.
Okay. So with that, now, because whether they're essentially, and correct me if I'm wrong, whether there are new employees or employees coming from a different location, that really is a moot point to us.
I was just curious.
But no, that's good to know. Okay, because we do want, we love adding new employees. That's the whole point of our industrial park. So does that answer your question?
On that.
Okay. So now, employees, I think we're narrowing this down. Do we have any other question regarding the employee count? I think we've hit our 39. You've hit your 39. You've passed that test. Okay, so now we're going to move on to the parking and the truck trips. And Commissioner Calkins did not get a chance to talk about this last time, so we will start with him.
Yeah, just so I'm clear, I think this is the case, but just so I'm clear, all of the trucks, the 6 trucks that we have, those are all Lampros, American Steel
Fleet
trucks.
vehicles.
And the drivers are W-2 employees. They're not individual contractors. 1099, are they're actual employees of Lampros Steel? Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes.
In the appellant application, there was a diagram that kind of showing how they were coming in and out. And I've had, maybe this is something I've inherited directionally challenged issues from my mom. So I'm trying to wrap my head around where they're coming from and where they're going to, and how you are, since they are your employees, you can direct them on how to come and go, which is not always the case when we're dealing with things in the industrial zone. Are they coming from the Kent, Washington, and they're coming south to Canby and then dispersing to deliveries elsewhere? What exactly is happening there? How does that work? And which way are you telling them to come in and out? I looked at the diagram and there's a mention of 13th, but it's like, how are they getting to 13th? Where are they coming from? Where are they going to, kind of?
If you tell me what slide you'd like.
Can you get to the site plan slide? Keep going. There, Ariel, 18, please.
18, okay.
Yeah. So traffic would be coming down Sequoia, coming south. Is that me?
Sorry.
Traffic would be coming down Sequoia, south on Sequoia to 13th, and then going east on 13th. No, keep going, and coming into the facility all traffic, majority, I mean, 95% of traffic would be coming into that Southeast Drive off of 13th. As trucks come in, they check into the office, get their paperwork, and then head out into the yard through the gate, circulate through the gate, and then through the building. Underneath the crane there, either unloading steel or into the building where they would be loaded up, and then out onto 13th. Heading west, and then likely going north on Sequoia.
Okay, so all the truck traffic is being directed up and down Sequoia and then out either to wherever they're delivering to or coming from?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Is there any other questions regarding the truck traffic?
There was a difference in the number of there was a difference in the number of truck trips on the noise study.
Okay.
Versus, I don't remember if it was the staff report or the appeal. Let me see if I can find my notes. I mean, this was my major challenge, is the number of differences within the report and compared to the old report. Made it difficult. I guess, so maybe the question is, how many truck trips will there be a day? Which number is right?
I'm looking for the discrepancy, Commissioner.
Commissioner Jaros, are you looking specifically for fleet truck trips or daily total trips?
Either one.
Okay, so a daily total based on the ITE is 208.
Right.
Based on their employee counts, I believe it's 198.
Right, but that's a trip generation based on.
Correct.
Not really employee count, right? That's
Well, it is based on employee count, the 198.
I don't see that.
It is at the very bottom of the appeal packet. It's the very last attachment. I know it's a big packet.
All right, so I'm looking at table 1, trip generation for the proposed project. This is the later trip generation. For 39 employees, a total of daily trips of 193.
93, thank you.
193, so where's the truck trip for that? This is table 1, page 8 of 8.
Correct, yes. So 193 was, I misspoke on the 198.
Yeah,
193 for 39 employees, 208 based on the ITE and the square footage.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It wasn't based on the number of truck drivers.
No, neither of these numbers are based on fleet trucks.
Right, so in the noise analysis, let me see if I can find it. You guys can go on, I'll look for it if you want. I just go through, I search through these documents for the word truck.
Well,
Okay.
can I ask staff a question?
Sure.
While she's looking at that. In general, the enforcement of the employee to square footage ratio, is there any kind of monitoring or enforcement of that in general? Really, they say there's going to be 39 people here, and then maybe there is, there's no, is there any follow-up on that or anything like that in general when these things go in?
I mean, there could be a condition of approval that you could put on this application. I mean, that would be part of that, the beginning of that process. That's essentially it. I mean, I think, the applicant has provided the detail. They're seeking, it sounds like, additional employees in a market that is really difficult to find employees in. So I think part of that is, I think it'd be appropriate to put a condition saying that they would need to maintain 39 employees on the site.
Okay, and in general, we take, they, as good neighbors, they say, oh, we're gonna have this many employees, and we say, okay, sounds good. And then that's
it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner DeRoche?
Okay, I did find it, sorry. So it's in the Listen Acoustics document, page 18, under schedule, truck travel and schedule. And again, I'm not saying one number's right or wrong, it's just where I see a difference. I'm not understanding why there's a difference. So it says the schedule's 5 to 5:30, up to 3 pickup trailers will leave the site. And at 10 a.m., an additional pickup, if necessary, might be 1 to 3, so that's maybe 6. And then at 10 p.m., a single transfer truck. So is that what those 6 truck drivers are doing, is those 3 morning truck trips, and then a 1 to 3 at 10 a.m. and one more at 10 p.m.? You see what I'm looking at?
I see the schedule that you're referring to on the actual page 15 of Listen Acoustic. Maybe it's the PDF. Nicole, maybe you can clarify for us a little bit better. I think we provided this information to Tobin for his efforts.
Yeah, I can't see what you're talking about, but we do have a truck that leaves at 10 o'clock at night and heads up to the Seattle market. We have the 3 that come in the morning, and we usually stagger 1 or 2 shortly after that in that 10 time frame to go out, depending on where they're going, right? We'll start them earlier, we'll start them a little bit later, depending on where we need to get to, as well as being able to load out sometimes in the morning if we don't finish up at night. Is that what you're asking me? Yeah.
So I guess the question is, I think what the question is the number of trips, how much of an impact is it on the total number of trips that are in the diagram, correct? Is this number of trips going to dramatically alter, is it like, as it pertains to what's in that table, is there an egregious variance?
No, I was just trying to understand. So the noise study, basically the schedule says there'd be a maximum of 7 trucks a day, right? Based on that schedule in the noise study.
Up to 3, 1 to 3, and the same.
7. So the 6 truck drivers that'll be at that site are gonna make 7
outbound.
The noise studies, if I may, the noise study has to do with a number of events that happen. It's not a cumulative. If you had more trucks or less than this, it's more how many could happen at one time. So if we plan on this time of day, there's a certain number of trucks coming in and out. So the noise study, I used the information they gave me, but it is all about like an event, a truck coming in versus the absolute number. It doesn't get higher if you add one more truck, for instance.
So am I right in that I assumed from that it's a maximum 7 trucks per day, not the fleet trucks of other companies coming in, but the Lampros is 7 trucks a day. Am I interpreting that right?
That's the information I used for the sound study, but it has to do more with like events in certain periods of time. If they used more or less, it would still be the similar results because you have 3 trucks coming in the morning. The absolute number would not impact the noise study.
I see. So it really doesn't, it's not indicative of their actual activities.
This is the activity as I understood it from what they told me.
And just a point of clarity on that, you said the ambient noise at your peaks that you observed throughout the day, that ambient noise was well and above the cumulative.
Significant.
If you ran everything at one time.
Right. That's correct.
Okay, just clarifying.
And the running everything at one time included
trucks.
2 trucks going each direction, and all the saw, then the forklift going, and the saws, and the train coming down the tracks, and all of that at once. Say worst case scenario, like you said.
Correct. Yeah, running all the elements that you saw in the report at one time. If all that's happening at one time, it's still within the boundaries of the DEQ.
So I think what we need to get down to is the fact that there are some discrepancies. So the table lists the number of trips generated based on the traffic study, but based on the acoustic study, there are some variances because they're using a maximum method. So the ultimate question is, are you comfortable with the numbers in the table as far as the number of total trips from the traffic study, or do we need clarification on that?
No, I'm fine. My original The original reason I even looked at this was because, again, the narrative said there would be 10 truck drivers. And I thought, well, if there's only 7 trips a day, what are they going to do with 10 truck drivers? That's why I noted it originally. Another discrepancy just that I was comparing.
Excellent. And I think if there are any developers that are watching this process, for the love of everything holy on this planet, make sure that your numbers match up, okay? Fantastic. So I think with that, do we have any more questions about the trips?
I don't have a question, but I think the issue here is that DKS, the consultant that we use, evaluated the traffic and concluded that it does not need any further analysis.
Okay.
I would pose that whether there's 3 missing trucks in there or not would not change that analysis.
Okay.
That's not significant.
Okay.
Okay.
And it wouldn't change the sound as well either.
Okay, excellent. So I think we have ticked that one off the list.
It was more about looking at the number of employees and the number of truck drivers, trying to figure out that, reconcile that part.
Okay, excellent. So now we will move on to the parking, which was an issue for me back when this originally came about. So now we have upped the number of employees. The original request for a parking variance was based on a lower employee count. So how many parking spots, and I'm sorry, I think my computer has given up on me. How many parking spots were in the initial plan? 37 spaces. And you had an additional 18?
I believe we were up to 53 with the additional. So, yes, actually 15, 16.
16 additional spaces?
Hypothetical.
The hypothetical spaces? Okay. Can we not make them hypothetical and make them actual? Because the problem that we have now is that you've upped with hitting the number of employees, now you are essentially short on your potential parking. So I think we need to make those hypothetical spaces actual spaces.
Nicole, how about adjusting our shift overlap to minimize any potential parking demand need?
Yeah, I don't think we'll have that many people there already. I mean, I think it's actually a point that just from a misunderstanding or communication problem going on here, I just don't think it's going to be an issue of us shifting people around even.
Right. I'd prefer to go with the shift change in lieu of adding an additional 16 spaces that won't get used.
Well, but we have to remember, Nicole mentioned that she wants to hire people right away, if she could. Yeah, okay.
Which we have room for.
Well, we don't. The numbers don't show that. I mean, I hear your words, but the number, we don't have the shift data to tell us how many cars are going to be parked there at any one point in time. We don't.
Yeah, but we know we have an abundance and we don't need that parking.
Well, if you're having 8 people that are salespeople that are in and out, the rest might be all there at one time. And so you need visitor parking.
Right.
Uber Eats.
For each shift.
Right.
Right, so.
Is there something in the code specifically in this one that they had not met based on the revised?
Commissioner
number?
Elson, just to, I think part of the challenge here is that our industrial parking standards don't fit this application. Therefore, there's an out in the code that gives the planning commission discretion over parking. That is a matter of the applicant providing justification for the maximum number of spaces that they believe would be necessary. You have the authority and discretion to approve that or to make amendments to that. One thing I wanted to clearly point out is there's a condition of approval in attachment D that says if there's adjustments or modifications to this application, we will review this again as a modification. very unlikely it will be, be very unlikely to be a minor modification, which means it may end up going, worst case scenario, back to a hearings process if it's a major revision. So with that in mind, I think I would like to turn it to the applicant to identify what their belief is on the total number of spaces that are needed. I think it's important to rely on their information. They're in the business. I don't think they would want to short themselves on parking for an operation that's starting out as brand new with a very expensive building. That's just my perspective.
Sure.
You guys have the discretion to go further with that, but I would like to rely on the applicant to provide that information.
And additionally, we're providing, I think, a total of 7, if not 8 truck, 3, 5, 9 truck parking spaces currently where the other parking is ghosted in. So if there's an overflow need, there's plenty of yard to park in that condition.
Okay. So I just want to ask from this side, do we have any questions over here regarding the parking? Commissioner Ewert, Commissioner Hutchinson.
We were just looking at the plans where it looks like there's an accommodation for expanding parking that could be fairly easily done, and it's already kind of in the prints. I mean, it's really hard to say until something like this gets moving, you know, and I really don't want to increase the non-permeable surfaces if I can avoid it.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of where I fight in my brain. And so I have a feeling that if they run out of parking, they will enact a plan to expand it, and it's already here.
Okay. So with that, are there any other questions regarding the parking?
Yeah, I'll just make a comment. I agree with what the commissioner says, that I don't want to put down any more asphalt than the absolutely necessary. I mean, number one, it's an expense. They've already come up with the sound barrier, which kudos to them for doing that. That's a huge expense. I'm with you on the number of employees and the parking and all of that. Several times tonight there was mentioned on-street parking, and I'm not quite, you're not planning on doing that, right? Okay.
No.
So I think between the shifts, that's one thing where shift work is you have, you know, you got 50 parking spots, 25 of them are used. During the shift change, you might have 35 of them used. It's very, I think they've got enough room. They have made the comment that they will put in more parking if they have more employees. You know, I hope this grows. You know, I do. You know, we talk about truck traffic, we talk about car traffic and everything else. That's something we're going to have to deal with. And you know, I hope they grow. I hope they're successful. And if that's the case, then they're going to have more employees. We're going to have more truck traffic. We're going to have more parking spots and employee trips and everything else. But as it stands right now, I think that they've shown that they've got space for the places that the parking spots that they need. So I'm good with it. I have nothing to add on the parking.
Okay, and I have no questions about the parking either. I suppose the nice thing, or either the good or the bad thing for me being chair and always allowing myself to go last, is I either have had my questions answered or I have forgotten them by the time it gets to me. So that is that. So with that, I think we have hashed all that out, and we are now going to close the public hearing. Okay? So we've closed the public hearing, and the rest of this, now that we've done that part, should actually go fairly smoothly. So now we will move on to discussion and deliberation by the hearing body. So just as a reminder, we have all the information that we have. We will deliberate on what we have available to us, and if we needed more information, we could open things back up, but I don't foresee that needing to be a problem. So with that, we will go ahead again and start at this end. I'm starting down here tonight, and I'll just go back the next way next time. So Commissioner Ellison, do you have anything for deliberation?
Nothing at this time.
Okay, Commissioner Jarosh.
So we mentioned off-street parking. Is this not where we're going to talk about that, or is that not part of what we can talk about?
Well, I think with the off-street parking, we had sort of they are not planning to use the off-street parking.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Does that,
Okay.
I mean, technically, every business out there has the ability to do off-street parking. They can tell us they're not going to use it, but then they essentially could use it anyways. It's hard for us to really say you can't use the off-street parking.
No, I think, okay,
Is that,
I'll drop it. No, I'm sorry.
is that correct?
That's correct. I think that the discussion really was that in an unusual circumstance where they needed more parking, there is available space on that site to accommodate it. Therefore, there is no proposed on-street parking. The applicant is not proposing on-street parking, and I don't think it'd be, I'm saying off-street parking, off-street parking, and, excuse me, and I don't think it's probably desirable for their operation.
Okay.
It's just just not to beat a dead horse, just the findings were that the applicant was requesting an exception to that, and that's what we're okay with. And that was with the previous employee numbers, that's what
Correct.
Okay.
So essentially, we are moving forward with not touching
Okay.
that original request for a reduction in the parking standard.
Okay. Got it.
Okay? Commissioner Calkins?
Yeah, I wanted to say that I do appreciate what American Steel Lampros has done to meet with the neighbors, make changes in an effort to be a good neighbor with the sound and changes to the site and the employee things that we mentioned before. So I do appreciate that. I think some of the frustration maybe up here on our end was from some of those, the conflicting numbers that Commissioner Jarosh came up with, and some of the maybe unclear things in the appellant application, and us not being sure who was working when and how many people were going to be there. So I think we got that cleared up, but I don't know what's that constructive feedback, I guess. I do want to also say I thank the members of the community that have come here tonight, that have reached out, the people at home. I personally hear your concerns, understand the concerns, and just wanted to thank you for coming in and letting us know that, so we know what the neighbors and the impact there. So thank you for that as well.
Okay, excellent. Commissioner Ewert?
It was a little confusing, but then again, it usually is when we have an appeal and it comes back and we're trying to get the numbers. They were confusing to me too. I'm glad we have somebody on the commission that pays attention to that kind of thing, because yeah.
My husband says I'm nitpicky, but I don't know why.
I don't know why you would say that, but it's good. Those are important things. But I especially with the employee count, I was a little concerned that we were getting some shift from one business to the other, and that's not healthy, because then we kind of abuse our criteria that we've got in our employee per acre situation. So the documents has made the discussion interesting. The employee count, I think we kind of got that worked out. The parking, I hate to see people put in parking that isn't used. From a storm drain issue, and there's many issues there, but I think that with we're talking about a small enough number to where I think that if they got that many employees, they're going to get them parked, and they're going to get them parked in a safe place, and they're going to get them parked where the trucks don't run over them. So that the traffic, traffic is huge. I just, our traffic is so bad in Canby that, but we can't shut down things like this. We have to continue to grow, but we've really got to continue to find solutions to it. The noise, and I'm going to say it again, kudos. I'm impressed because if you hadn't come up with that solution for the noise, it would be I'd be in a different camp. Type of equipment, I think that, I'm not too sure on a crane that there isn't supposed to be some kind of a light or something when that thing is in motion from a safety standpoint. Every overhead crane I've ever had to deal with in a sawmill or anywhere has some kind of a warning when that crane goes into motion. So the fact that it doesn't have anything, that's a little bit of a stretch. But anyway, we'll take your word for it. And the landscape upgrade, I think that's a good thing. So I think it's going to be a good project, and I also want to thank the citizenry for coming out. There's not very often that we get very many of these chairs warm, so it's we appreciate that. And you know, if you got a problem with anything they're doing as far as trucks or noise or anything else, this gentleman right here in the shirt, the blue shirt there, you go talk to him. Yeah. It's, but seriously, I mean, you know, if there's a problem on a decision that we've made, say something. Don't just whine around it at coffee at Thriftway. Okay, just come talk to Brianna or Dawn or somebody. Come to us in a non-agenda item. We're always willing to hear. So I appreciate you guys being here. That's all I got.
Okay. Commissioner Hutchinson.
I really appreciate all the work in getting the employee count up. One of the reasons why we are expecting people to put up with the noise that is inevitable with an industrial zone is the jobs and traffic and local business that it creates, and that's important to us. Nice job with all of the work on the acoustic stuff. There's a lot more work there than I think is warranted by code and by law, and that should be obvious. You guys really went above and beyond to try and quiet everything down, and I appreciate that. I'm not sure there's much else to say about this. It looks like that they've ticked off every menu item that we have. And look forward to seeing the business. I think it's going to be most noisy during the construction phase.
Okay, so with that, first, I will just want to echo what the rest of the commission has said. I know that as neighbors of this, you are coming to the conclusion that you are going to hear an answer that you did not want to hear regarding this application. But when it comes to, when it comes to traffic, I have sort of been a proponent of we need to break the system in order to fix it. I really wish that Canby's system was set up differently. If you know me and have paid any attention to my ranting and raving at city council meetings about traffic and street maintenance and such, you will know that this is top of the mind for me. And I really wish that the city took a different approach to this, but unfortunately they haven't, and I'm not in a position to fix that. When it comes to the noise, I appreciate what they have done. They have done quite a bit to remedy that, so I echo folks' sentiment on that. I really still have a bit of a concern about the parking, but I'm willing to set that aside because that is not part of what we're talking about tonight. And I will take your folks' word that you will have the 39 employees there. I will agree with Commissioner Ewert and the other folks up here. When I was reading through this at home, I was like, oh, heck no. We are not going to set some precedent where a company builds an office building on a couple of acres and stuffs it full of people and then brings in 4 or 5 different manufacturing facilities that are completely automated and say, well, we got employees here, we got employees there. So I'm glad that we were able to clear that up. I went into this thinking about maybe putting some conditions of use on here regarding the hours, but, you know, I'm willing to step that aside for the understanding that if these folks have a problem, they're going to come to you, and if they do not get a result, they're going to come back to here, and they're going to sit in front of us during non-agenda items, and they're gonna let us know. And then we're going to take action. So with that, I think I'm good as well. So with that, I think I will entertain a motion.
Chair Patton, I would like to make a motion that we approve, Brianna, help me, what is it?
APP 22-01.
What she said, APP 23-01, is that right? Okay,
Yeah, go ahead and bring it up on the screen,
there we go, thank you.
because I'm gonna need to read it as well, I think.
I don't know why they have such a little screen for old guys. Oh, yeah, I can do that. Okay, I make a motion that we approve the appeal of APP 22-01. I would like to see what conditions do we have on it now that will go moving forward?
So all of the ones that were in the original staff report, as well as the sort of revised, more specific ones from Canby Utility and Canby Fire. And I do want to note that original condition 31 does have the fence in good condition and perpetuity language in there already. So we have that in there.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Then I would make a motion that we approve it as stated by staff with the conditions that are existing.
I'll second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Ewert and seconded by Commissioner Hutchinson to approve APP 22-01, including the consolidated conditions of approval and attachment D of the staff report, revising the decision of denial for DR 21-01 with all referenced conditions and modifications. With that, we will move to a vote. I like to go one by one. Commissioner Ellison.
Approve.
Commissioner Jarosh.
Approve.
Commissioner Calkins.
Approve.
Commissioner Ewert.
Approve.
Commissioner Hutchinson.
Approve.
And I move to approve. With that, the motion carries unanimously. Okay, thank you very much for your time tonight with that.
Chair Patton, could we take a 5-minute break, just bio break?
Yes, let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break. And we will come back here at 8:20-ish. Welcome back, everybody, from our recess from tonight's meeting. We will go ahead and continue with our agenda and move on to items B and C, code amendments from the planning director, and we'll start with code amendments from the planning director. Go ahead, Don.
Thank you, Chair Patton. Given the hour, I just wanted to, maybe as a suggestion, we could work our way through item B, code amendments, and if we can get to C and D, that's great, but let's see maybe as a check-in after that. And just as a follow-up, this is a continuation of discussion we've had in work session on what we're calling code amendments that are low-hanging fruit, code issues that need clarification for a number of reasons. Some is function, some is being obsolete, some of it is inaccurate. So there's a number of things, number of reasons for that. Just to dive into it, as at the beginning, I would like to suggest going ahead and following the staff report, which is on the screen. And what I'm going to do is go back and forth between that and the actual code text amendment. So there's already a lot of information, so I figured a PowerPoint would not be helpful to go to a third document, since you guys have already seen this, some of these items already. So for pre-application, I'm just going to start right out. Pre-application conferences are required for type 2 and type 3 applications. And the one major change here is we wanted to have those pre-application conferences be limited in their life to 1 year. That's typical in most jurisdictions. The reason for that is that sometimes codes do change, and sometimes that's important to not have a pre-application summary from several years ago that someone decides to come in and actually take action on. We really would like those to be fresh and reflecting of current code, both for the applicant and for the city, so there's no misunderstandings about what the development process is and what's required. So in order to remedy that, we're suggesting a code revision to the definition section in 1604. If I can get this mouse to work. I will show that to you. And so I'm going to scroll to the
page 16 of this PDF.
Okay. Thank you.
Right there.
So there's a simple addition, pre-application conference applications may be required for type 2, 3, and 4 applications. Pre-application conference meeting reports prepared by the city shall expire 1 year after the pre-application conference meeting. That's a suggested language. And if there's any comments on that, if that looks good, and I guess I should have started out with an overall objective here tonight. We're looking for your recommendations to council. Council would be the body that would end up approving the changes or making modifications to those changes and approving those changes. So I don't know if that all sounds good to you all. What I just mentioned on the pre-application conference applications may be required for type 2, 3, and 4 applications. Pre-application conference meeting reports prepared by the city shall, or maybe that should be for the city instead of by, as one small change, shall expire 1 year after the pre-application conference meeting.
So I think what we'll do is you go ahead and read through what you recommend, and then I'll do a temperature check per one to see what we think, and then go from there.
I'm ready.
Okay, so what are folks' thoughts on the first item? Any questions, any changes?
Just the change down.
Just that.
Yeah. For the city. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it. Okay, that was number one. And then going back to the staff report again. Okay. Just bear with me here. Second item would be the distinction between lot line and property line may not seem a material issue, but it does have elements that are more reflective if we use the word property line than lot line adjustment. And that's something we would like to also suggest some changes in the section of our code in 1658 addressing that. We also would like to, for lot line, property line adjustments, we'd also like to address those processes of lot line adjustments between two legal lots of record. For example, that process does not enable any development to occur. Currently is a type 2 process which requires someone to submit an application, and there has to be notice given to surrounding properties. It's staff's position that we feel like it should be a type 1 process because adjusting a boundary line between two property lines that somebody owns does not appear to have any bearing on anyone else because there's no development application material, there's no development impacts to that. And it seems an overkill to make it a type 2 process with notice. It's caused some consternation in the past because every time we give notice, somebody immediately jumps to the conclusion, where's the development? And that creates a lot of confusion, and we'd rather avoid that.
Okay.
So that then would get reflected in the section that I'll bring up here. So instead of calling this a 1658, instead of lot line adjustment, we'd call it property line adjustment. And we have a definition per Oregon under 1658.010 per Oregon revised statute 92.010.12. Property line adjustment means a relocation or elimination of all or a portion of the common property line between abutting properties that does not create an additional lot or parcel. So that's really a direct statute quote. Then the application process, property line adjustments are processed as a type 1 application, and are reviewed as administrative actions with clear and objective standards. And that was the other part I was going to mention. The property line adjustments do have clear and objective standards. Essentially, you can't create a new lot by a lot line adjustment. That's a partitioning process. And you have to create a lot that meets zoning area minimums in order to be able to develop property. So those would be things that we would still review, but those would be under a type 1 versus a type 2 process with notice. Under 1658.030, we're suggesting that, again, the property line adjustment be instead of lot line, so it'd be the city planner and city engineer shall review the proposed property line adjustment and shall determine whether the following criteria are met. And again, everything else stays in the code as it was before, with the one change that under B, a lot is changed to property. And under D, property is inserted in place of lot at the beginning of that section. There's some continuation of those same items below 1658.040 approval process. Again, removing lot and replacing it with property line, and that's there's also a reference above to the section above because we added a section at the beginning of the chapter, so that just that section 1658.030 reference is to reflect above consistency.
We're getting comments that the feedback is really bad,
Okay.
so I think it might help to just have it a little farther.
Okay. Sorry about that. Hopefully that's better. Under 1658.060, city liability compliance, again, in the first paragraph, they're enacting on an application for property line adjustment, and that's again changing that from lot line. Also, the following sentence, applicants for property line adjustments, again, just a small change there. Under B, the county assessor shall be notified that the property line adjustment is not to result in the creation of additional legal lot or parcel of record. Then under D, again, lot is changed to property, approval of the property line adjustment.
So on that B, is that, it says, you just read legal to or parcel of record, is that to supposed to be taken out? Or lot? Oh, wait.
There should be a
additional
space in there, and I think that's it looks like there's not a space there, but there should be, so.
Okay.
That should be in there, the legal lot or parcel of record, and that is
Perfect.
what I mentioned before, that you can't create a lot. You cannot create a new lot through a lot line or property line adjustment.
Okay, so with that one, are there any questions from the commission on that?
No questions, but anything that'll help reduce consternation towards the city, unneeded confusion, I think is a good thing. It all makes sense to me.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to partitions. Let's get back here. And so we covered these. So partitions are a few elements on partitions. One is the state statute allows partition or subdivision. You have to record your final plat within 10 years. Our current code is way more conservative than that, which we'd like to amend. It's currently 2 years, and then you get 6 months, isn't it? I think another 6-month extension. We'd like to amend that to be more reasonable, given our experience that plats, recorded partitions and plats sometimes take some time to actually be fulfilled. Recording a plat requires all the infrastructure and the utilities to be in place. That takes quite a bit of time to do that. So we have some suggestions for that. And really the caveat here is that a local government may establish a time period during which decisions on land use applications under Section 2 of this apply, and that Section 2 is again on the length of time. However, in no event shall the time period exceed 10 years, whether or not a time period is established by the local government. So that's the 10 years is it. And we're not suggesting 10 years be the limit, because we also feel like there needs to be some incentive for somebody to get on and actually get their plat recorded so it's not just lingering. So we've come up with a suggestion which we think will provide hopefully an accommodation for that without plats expiring. So the challenge of this is if you were to go through a hypothetical situation and did not record your plat in a timely fashion, went through an entire hearings process, you could technically have to go back through the entire process yet again, which is a huge undertaking for something that you spent tens of thousands of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars on, and a lot of staff time. So that is, let me get to this section here. Under partitions, and you're going to see a lot of reflection on partitions and then the subsequent subdivision section that's going to come right after this. Partitions are applied to up to 3 lots for land division. Subdivisions are 4 and more. So let's get down to the section that applies. So this is what we're suggesting as staff, a single phase, and that would be one phase, which essentially if you have multiple phase subdivision, you're going to have phases that are going to happen over time. Typically, we are seeing multiple phase subdivisions on large subdivisions. Mark's Place was an example for what you saw previously that had multiple phases in it. Anything that's of any size usually has a number of phases in it. Versus a single phase, which is all done at once. So for single phase partitions and subdivisions, we're suggesting that they have to be recorded within 4 years following original approval, and that multiple phase subdivisions shall be recorded within 6 years of the original approval. and that the planning director may approve a single one-year extension to the original approval beyond those stated above for partitions or subdivisions. So single phase would be 4 years plus 1 year by the planning director. Subdivisions would be 6 years plus 1 year, still all well within the 10-year period, but also giving some incentive for people to actually move their projects along so they're not just sitting and waiting in the pipeline.
Okay. Anything from the commission regarding this? Are we good with those numbers? Fantastic.
Okay. Next, similar to that is subdivisions. And you're going to see a lot of very consistent language here under subdivisions because we needed to make them consistent. Single-phase partitions and subdivisions shall be submitted to the city and recorded within 4 years following the original approval. Multiple-phase subdivisions shall be recorded within 6 years of the original approval. The subdivider shall submit the original drawing, a Mylar copy, and any supplemental information to the city. The planning director may approve a single one-year extension to the original approval beyond those stated above for partitions or subdivisions. The subdivider shall provide a formal request for extension in writing stating the reasons thereof. And there's another section, I think, below. This is another small addition to that section, which we're now informally requiring, but we'd like to codify it. And that's under 1668-040, information to accompany a plat. A narrative, and under A, a narrative describing how each condition of approval from the original entitling action, preliminary partition or subdivision application has been or will be met by the applicant. Sometimes these could have 40 or 50 conditions, and so it's very helpful for the applicant to tell us how did you fulfill the condition of approval versus staff, which is really not a staff obligation to begin with, but somehow historically that is something that was not something we asked for, and staff would end up tracking down things that really belong to the applicant. It also delays the plat if you don't have all the answers to the question, and there's a possibility that that's going to cause confusion when there's not clarity about where they're at in the midst of the many conditions of approval that deal with various aspects of the recording of the plat.
Okay, any questions on that one? All seems reasonable to me, to us.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Okay, so the next item is going to be on application review and procedures. Couple items here, one under, again, property line adjustments, and the suggestion, as I previously mentioned, is to make them type 1, which is reflective in this table 1689020, which means that there would be no notice and no neighborhood meeting required. There was not a neighborhood meeting required for type 2s before, but there was notice. So again, just to be consistent in the table, that type 1s would not require, they would require type 1 with no adjacent notice. Moving on.
Looks like page 5.
Okay.
2 procedure.
Okay, the next one is unless I skip something.
Yeah, if you go up to page 5, there's item 2 procedure, letter A, regarding a notice of appeal.
Yeah, sorry, thank you. Yes, this is another state law item under procedures, which was in our code incorrectly, that there was 10 days for the notice of appeal shall be filed in writing on forms provided for the purpose by the planning director within 12 days. It should be 12, not 10. So our code is being changed to reflect that.
Excellent.
And then we're getting into the conduct of public hearings, which we spent quite a bit of time in our work session last time to talk about that under Section E, which this is again what we came back and we would like your input on this. The public hearing shall be opened and testimony shall be received in the following order. This is a change again from how it's done currently, but staff would provide a brief introduction of the project, no more than 5 minutes suggested. That's going to be quite a bit different than the current situation where staff sometimes spends perhaps 30 to 40 minutes explaining the project. Then the applicant would take the burden of the project of explaining why it's consistent with code. They would spend 20 minutes as suggested going next, and then their proponents would be 3 minutes each, no more than 15 minutes total as suggested. And the same thing for opponents, 3 minutes each, no more than 15 minutes total suggested cumulatively. Rebuttal by proponents or applicant, 10 minutes each suggested. Then questions of staff and the applicant, close of the public hearing, and then additional questions and discussions limited to the record and testimony heard by the hearing body.
So really quickly, compared to what we did tonight, to this, after we heard rebuttal from the applicant. Yeah.
About the audio, and I think his mic is turned on, so we're getting it twice. There's an
Oh.
Is anybody else on Zoom in here?
No.
It shows that Brianna is on it.
No, that's what I'm wondering. Oh, that's.
Is that the computer?
Is it not muted?
So it's on twice, two instances of it right here.
Oops.
That's why we're getting an echo.
Shut that one
I'm
down.
not sure, because I didn't think she was still on. It's showing Brianna and John Hardy, so both of you are on there. Can you pick?
How can one person be on the same computer at the same time?
It's two different accounts. Yeah.
Yeah, they're logged
Both
in
logged
twice.
in on the same meeting. Well, you signed on John Hardy, correct? So can you kick Brianna off?
Yeah.
Sure what
What's the
works.
other one?
Thank you for being patient with us folks at home. We're gonna get this sorted out.
Well, she is here, because you can see her up here and over here. There. Okay. You need to kick Brianna off. Not sure how to get rid of her. I think that Laney can, as a host,
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
just kick.
Hi, this is your recording secretary talking. It shows, Dawn, that you're using Brianna's sign in and yours is muted. So I'm gonna kick you out and we'll see what happens.
Okay.
See, that's the problem, he was sharing the screen based on his account.
Yes.
Well, now
It seems to be
Brianna's
an
gone though.
improvement.
No, Brianna's right there on the
Oh,
left.
right here.
Oh, yeah, she is. Lainey, are you able to remove Brianna?
I just removed Dawn.
Yeah, try to remove,
Don's
Oh.
using Brianna's right now.
We just gotta figure out how to get to it.
okay, hold on a second.
Oh.
Get rid of that. What did she do? There it is, there it is.
You got it?
Here. Another share screen. Sure, and then I can bring this back. Okay, so it was on. Yeah. So now we're worried. You'll have to find that, maybe find that page again? Yeah, it's on our city.
And does he need to mute Brianna, mute him as Brianna now?
That's right here, isn't it? Okay, these are, am I sharing? No. How do I get to? Go back to Zoom again. I'm not assuming from this end, okay? So what is going? He's got Chrome, he's got the pages open that he needs, and to screen share that, this is what he's options are. Oh.
Okay, so how do you stop that?
Suppose that you read it.
Okay, so where were you at then?
It's on Google Chrome. I don't think it's sharing.
Oh gosh, you can't mute this one here.
April 25th. Not too hot, not too cold. It needs a light check. Yeah. Oh, no. And of course it's getting mashed. Because that whole Twitter is a dry takeover. No. There's so many varieties.
It's funny, I love that.
All right, so
So how do we get this one to share what he's seeing?
can you open Chrome, see this, so get back open, and then go this, and now we're here, screen share. That it? Open Chrome. I think that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it. We're awesome.
Okay.
Okay.
Hopefully that fixes that.
So back in action, I'm gonna hide this. Sorry, that was a big diversion here.
It happens.
So your thoughts back to the
So
hearing?
when we were doing it tonight, we essentially, we heard rebuttal, and then we had additional questions of the applicant after that rebuttal. So does that is not in our old format, that is essentially not in this new format. Is that something that we should put into this format?
Well, doesn't it say
We should
number
be-
5 is questions of staff and applicant after the rebuttal? Number 5.
Yeah, it does not preclude, because the rebuttal, I mean, that's really up to the planning commission. I'm not sure if we need to write that in, but
Yeah.
what
Oh,
was done.
okay.
What was done tonight seemed to work.
Okay.
Because it got everything out there, which has been the challenge before, is
Yep.
like, that not everybody had all the information, and then like brand new stuff would come up.
Okay.
That was like not part of the record, which we cannot have. It needs to be fully vetted.
Okay.
So that, let me go through this again, because I know that was a big segue. So we would do a short presentation as staff, and that would be, introducing the project, not a lot of bells and whistles, but essentially, what are the criteria? What is staff's position on that, but not with a lot of significant detail. The applicant does have the burden of proof, then they would need to present, and we're giving them longer, we're giving them 20 minutes versus 15, which we saw tonight, to do that, which is a suggestion. And again, I think these times are suggestive on here. They could be different. Then the proponents would have 3 minutes each, and we're suggesting cumulatively no more than 15 minutes, and that's what, if people wanted to share time or to speak. Opponents, the same thing, 3 minutes and no more than 15 minutes total suggested. Then rebuttal by proponents or applicant, 10 minutes each suggested. Questions of staff and the applicant. And then it goes to closing the public hearing, and then additional questions and discussion limited to the record and testimony heard by the hearing body.
Yeah, I think what was confusing me is if you look at this, there is no space in between 5 and 6, and so I was reading them as all one thing. So, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
So, there you go. If we could just separate those.
So it's
Between 5 and 6.
1, 2,
You see there's no space like all the other ones?
Yep, okay.
Yep. I like this. I like the 20 minutes. I think we saw 15 on the rebuttal and they went right up to the time. If this was a brand new thing, I would want 20 minutes. I think that's going to, we won't have as many questions, you know. And then I feel like if we followed this format, there wouldn't be a need for the open, close, reopen kind of thing. So we probably don't need to write that in. But this is what we discussed, and I feel good about it.
Okay. Any other question? What?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Any other questions or suggestions? Are we good with these times?
This is good. Will there still be a staff report provided in advance?
No, yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
And
that's what I thought. Thank you. That gives me great comfort.
That's a huge clarification. And I think just on that note, I mean, as they probably aren't going to get any smaller, because this will change that a little bit to the point where staff will be relying on the staff report. And we may say something like, as we reference on page 25, that would be the kind of thing that you're going to see. Not to say that we want to continue to write, but that would be part of the implication here, is that more of the focus is going to be on the staff report and the analysis of the staff report. We do a really good job now, I think, as it is, but I'm just saying that's another continued, and I'd say possibly greater emphasis, because we will be speaking a lot less. But I think that's good, because I think the applicant needs to, the law is really the applicant's burden is to provide the evidence, and I think what the advantage of this will be is that applicants will need to be more on their game. These issues where we get into the stuff where there's not enough information and you're not sure what to do with it, the applicant's not willing to do a continuance or really understand that they need to do a continuance, and they're in trouble. In my personal opinion, that's why many of these may end up getting denied, because they simply don't have the factual information behind them. I think rather than go that route and of denial, it's better, I think, to say, you guys aren't ready tonight. Why don't we hear you again?
Yeah. No, I completely agree. Okay, I think we're good with that a little bit.
Do we have standards of what they need to submit in advance? Is that, it's not in this document, but like tonight they had a PowerPoint I hadn't seen before.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be something, I'm sure, that will be very common. I mean, I don't know if our code really needs to spell that out, but obviously they're going to get the message that, like, that's something rather important, that they can't just sit back and, I mean, the other part of it is, staff is not the applicant. I think we're perceived to be the applicant many times, but we are not the applicant. We should not be the applicant.
Yes.
And I think when we go first and drone on for 45 minutes, we appear to be the applicant.
Right. Yeah. No, we talked about that. Yeah.
Well, and I think too, I agree with Don. I don't think it's necessary that we put in there that they have to do all of those various things. But people who are coming to the city, who, like, as far as having a PowerPoint having a PowerPoint presentation to give us, like, what the format of that is, I think that when we start this process, and if a developer comes here and is not prepared and their application is denied or it gets pushed back, then the rest of them will understand that they need to up their game.
Yeah, I was just thinking, if they have a PowerPoint, we should get it in advance.
Are we allowed to do that?
I don't think that.
Why not?
Because it has to be during the hearing.
What? It's just a summary of their application.
Those usually come towards the end. I mean, if they shared that, I mean, it's a little tricky on that, because that's not technically an application requirement. I think what you're going to see, though, is I think 20 minutes to the point. I think tonight with 15 minutes. They did go right up to the wire, but I think, if they had another 5, that you can just play that out. I think it will be something that should be able to cover everything thoroughly.
My concern with getting those PowerPoints in advance would be, oftentimes PowerPoints, if they're being done properly, don't have the body of all the information. They are talking points, and they're elaborated on by the presenter. And so if they give us this document that is touching on like some of the key points, we could read into that document differently than what we would interpret as if they are doing it, presenting it here in front of us. Does that make sense? That would be my concern.
The general guidance is don't read the PowerPoint.
Yeah.
The PowerPoint should add to something else. Although,
Right, like they had pictures tonight that added something.
well, there's a case to be made that they're materials, and we don't have time to peruse them in this format. So, is it just like a commercial? Is it like a sales? It's to a degree, it's like a sales pitch. But then if they're putting in new diagrams that are in proper perspective and based on real measurements,
Well, in one slide in particular, they show the portaband or the bandsaw, right? And that was something that Commissioner Ewert really harped on, which he is absolutely correct because I've worked in steel mills. All the difference in the world. So I would say in this particular case, it helped make their case a little bit by having them. So I think it's just
Okay, so the
dealer's choice if they want to present it or not.
So if that's the case, then so you would be a fan of them providing that in advance?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Commissioner Ellison?
You go either way.
Calkins?
I like the form, I was happy with the format that we have, so if it continues in that fashion, I'm happy.
So you do or do not want their PowerPoint, like if they have PowerPoint presentation, pictures and stuff in advance?
Or were we getting some of that before?
We were getting
I haven't been
what?
in commission that long, but.
Well, it's usually, it's not like 10 days before. I think just maybe on expectations, if you were to receive it, it may be a day or the day of. That's kind of where.
I don't,
So-
I'm with Commissioner Ellison, I can take it or leave it.
Okay, because what we're getting is what's part of the
Yeah,
application.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. Commissioner Hutchinson?
I'll accept it, but I reserve the right to be grumpy about being given new information at the point of the presentation.
Well, it shouldn't be
Should be
new.
new news, but those
Well,
pictures were new news.
shouldn't be, but a graphic designer and a draftsman get a hold of something and say, I'm gonna give you a nicer
You
drawing.
have to look at that the first time here, that's what I'm saying.
Oh,
Yeah,
I see what you're saying.
and I got better viewing stuff at home.
Saying, okay, what's this now? We never talked about this.
Yeah, that was new when that popped up.
Commissioner?
Yes.
Chair Padden. I would add that some applicant presentations, in fact, maybe the best ones they are responding to public comments at the last minute, and sometimes they're adding stuff to PowerPoints the day of in response to things that they've heard just right before the hearing. So if you got a early version, it wouldn't necessarily include everything that they are preparing up to the last minute.
So how
Just
about
something
this?
to consider.
This is my thoughts. Based on what we're hearing, is something going on? Have I done something wrong?
No, just grabbing John water.
I need water.
You need a water, okay, sorry about that. So what I'm hearing is, when you folks, rather than like putting this into writing, what I would almost recommend is, as planning, when you are working with an applicant, say, hey, if you're gonna have pictures of the equipment, if you're gonna have things in your PowerPoint presentation that are gonna be like supplemental material, and it might behoove you to provide those pictures, those diagrams, some context of what those are in advance. Not necessarily the entire PowerPoint presentation, but I think if there's one thing we have learned from this commission is that more information doesn't hurt. And so like with those saws and stuff, the applicant tonight could have been said, hey, you've got pictures of these saw sheds, you've got pictures of your facilities and stuff, put those in a document and provide them to us, and we will pass that on to the planning commission so that they have that information, if that makes sense.
What I'm hearing from staff also is that sometimes the applicant is gonna show up with stuff all of a sudden, and we just have to, I guess, be grumpy about it and accept it.
And that's fine.
Right?
Or
I mean,
put
that's
them
gonna
off.
happen sometimes.
See, when
Right.
I'm having a little problem understanding the difference between the announcement times. Materials need to be available to the public for a certain period of time leading up to the meeting, and confusing that with what is provided for my convenience, which 10 days is good, or whatever the legal standard is. But I don't know at what point does what they have to present here run into something that should have presented to the public ahead of time? Is that a worry, or am I going too far afield?
They can't present that they're doing something different than what the application says, right?
I mean, it's correct. I think what you guys are all thematically getting to is, unfortunately, sometimes applicant's best game is forced, and you see that at an appeal hearing. What we're asking for is that to be the standard going in first round. I mean, and that really, I think, is perhaps nailing it on the head to some degree. Is that's the expectation. I think I would agree, PowerPoints become part of the record, and I think they're really an embodiment of the application materials that they provided. If you had an applicant that came in and had drastically different information, it's probably a basis for continuance. I mean, because that's brand new, that's information that no one else has seen. I mean, so that's really why an applicant also needs to have their application prepared thoroughly, consistently, in the front end. And I think that this whole concept is going to make the applicant think a little more about that process and hopefully provide that greater level of detail. We're happy to share the PowerPoints as they are when they come in, but just knowing that they usually come in at the last minute and sometimes the day of the hearing, and we're happy to send those out, but they may or may not provide a lot of context without their verbalization to the point that was raised about, they're intended to be, good ones are intended to not have all the words written out.
Yeah. So the consensus that I'm hearing is maybe there are more people up here that aren't bothered by not getting that information in advance. So maybe we can go through this process to see how it works. And then if we find that, there's more information and stuff in those PowerPoints or supporting documents, we can start to request them. But I still think it would behoove the planning department and the planners to say, hey, if you have pictures of this stuff and you plan on putting it into your PowerPoint and you think it's going to help the commission have a better understanding of your project, they need to be included. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
So that section overall, it sounds like we're good with the order.
And the times and all that stuff?
Excellent.
Okay. I'm going to move on to one more section in this chapter, which is the remand section.
Yes.
Which is towards the bottom, page
It's on page 11.
Yeah. An item 4. And this is intended to give a little more clarity to that remand, which is not clear in our code. And this, essentially, the whole context here is the council's action on an appeal shall be governed by the same general regulations, standards, and criteria as apply to the commission in the original consideration of the application. And the add is, council may choose to remand decisions to the planning commission if new information is presented that was not part of the original planning commission record. So that really is not something that's currently in our code that.
Oh, you're adding that in? I thought you were deleting it because it says deleted. So I was like, good, take that out.
No, I think it's deleting the period.
It's deleting the period, yeah.
Yes.
No, we're not, that's an add actually, because currently it's not clear that the remand process is available to the council.
But they keep doing, they're like, is there new, they did it with the one today.
That's why
Councilor Parker says, is there new information? That's all I need to know, send it back. And I'm like, what?
Yeah, and that's one of the big problems is that there's been no official way for them to do that. And that's why.
And I'm not sure I like
not give them that
it always being
all,
our
so they
fault
can't
when it
remand
comes back to
and
us
they have
too.
to hear it. Because otherwise,
You know what
the
I'm talking
library is going in circles and they're losing money.
Well, no, I think it's an important part of the process.
I missed it.
Go ahead again.
What happened?
No, like they said, it's like the only way that things come back to us is if we screwed up. That's the way the law is written, right? So it's like we either screwed up A, we screwed up B, or we screwed up C.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, and it's in no way is it anyone else's fault when things come back to us.
We're gonna fix that. That is a low hanging fruit that all of a sudden appeared on a tree tonight.
Bring me a baseball bat.
No, I think for me.
Well, I was saying, is there a way to take their power to remand back at all? So it's like, it doesn't have to come back to us. They have to then deal with it. And, you know,
change the law first, then you can give it back.
I mean, they're losing money while this stuff's going back and forth and back and forth. And it's time, staff has to work on it. Why can they remand just for, there's an extra information?
Well, I think it's. I mean, to be serious, it's a respect of the process. It's
And that we're the ones that should hear it.
Yeah, if they've come to us as a planning commission and have not prepared themselves for our scrutiny,
well, then there's a continuance.
Yeah, but what they're doing is they're not passing muster with us. And then they're like, okay, well, it's been denied there. The applicant is not passing muster with us because they don't bring their A game. And then what they're doing is they're getting new information to fluff up their report to fix the problems that we had here and then presenting it to city council.
If they're not bringing their A game, that's a continuance. We're denying it based on the facts. Now, they may, they're going to make, and then they go, like they deny us based on these facts. We're going to change it all up. And get a thing, right?
If you fail to,
I don't understand.
We didn't fail to. There weren't any. Yeah.
I think that this is. I think by the council being able to say, applicant, you are providing us. The city council is essentially the appeals court, right? And when you go to the appeals court, you present the information that was presented down here, right? And then they decide, did this court error or not, based on this information?
Right.
What they're doing, so what in this case, and if that's fine, if applicant A was to take their information that they presented us to city council without any changes, without any additions, without anything, and city council was to say, well, we don't want to make a decision on this, we send it back, they can't do that. They would need to make a decision based on that information. It's when the applicant comes and says, we were denied by city council, and now we're providing this additional information to fix that. I think that's important.
So is city council operating with the same advice that we get?
Yes.
So they're getting Director Hardy
and
clarifying and giving them context.
And the planner, yep.
But they ultimately can just punt right back to us.
Yeah, they don't even look at it. They don't want to be involved. They're just like, is there new information? Send it back.
It just seems like an unnecessary event
really
in that
does.
if they have new information to bring, it's going to come back to us anyway to review and hear.
No, it's not. If the only way it would come, if they have new information that they're presenting to city council, like if we
I thought that's what it just had happened with them coming back to us.
We denied it because, and then they appealed to the city council, and then.
But with changes.
With changes, exactly. They added new information, and the city council said, no.
Since you didn't consider all of the information, you have to.
But we did. So that's why it's so that, no, we did.
We didn't.
Yes, we did, because that was all the information there was. Now they're adding more stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, but there's only 3 options written in the law.
I know, and I want to fix that. But
The applicant provided more information as clarification. Now, theoretically, and this is like, let's say there was a denial that the planning commission made and there was no additional information. I mean, technically, council needs to hear that. We've not seen that. I've not seen that since I've been here, because almost every time there's new information.
But why wouldn't they just appeal to this body with new information?
They can't.
Well, I think procedurally, It has to go to them.
Doesn't make any sense.
I don't,
Yeah, it
yeah,
has to go-
procedurally, it doesn't make sense to me.
Let's listen to Don.
Value.
No, it has to go through, I mean, it's an appeal of your decision. They're the upper body that has to make a decision on, one, do we hear it, or two, do we remand it?
Couldn't we make them apply?
If that's what yes, I was gonna say that.
Those fees again and get your numbers right this time.
Because Don, because here's the thing, an appeal with new information is like, oh, it's the same application, but we just, we didn't, we didn't say this right, or there was some confusion. There was a ton of changes to the one today. They added this, they added that, they did, which I was appreciative of, but that's different than saying, oh, I'm appealing because their decision because we missed something. We didn't miss anything. They changed it.
Yes.
Well, and okay, so that whole thing about we missed something.
So they should have to reapply.
We need to make some changes to that list and add some other options other than the planning commission screwed up. But that is something I'm going
We need
to.
to cut off the avenue of them appealing to a different court with different information.
Yes.
That's what they're doing. They
Yes.
have the same
Exactly
information.
right.
Yeah.
Take it to a different body.
Agreed.
And take it to LUBA, but not change it.
Yes.
Okay, so then.
I think part of this is maybe Joe Lindsay's input on this, but I believe that, when it's, some of this gets into what is of the record in terms of like, you're kind of rehearing this again, and based on, I don't think the avenue is available where we say, applicant, you need to reapply. I don't think, I can ask Joe that question, but I don't think that's something that we have ever done or that's legally available. So it's always been the council, and, I think I've seen different councils act differently. Some of them take it on. That's part of that's their discretion.
We do take on more risk, though. I would assume that way, right? Because what if we actually did screw up? And they just say, off we go to LUBA, and then there's a finding that
And I think
we did, you know what I mean? So is there some protection that I'm just not aware of,
I
that
think
having it go to city council and then back to us is a formality?
The deference is really important in the sense that they see you guys as the body of technical experts. And if there is new information, you guys are the technical experts. So to your point, that's a really valid point, that you are the technical expert body. And so because there might be other information, so the record's not locked, it's like, it's expanded.
But it just still seems silly and semantic it just seems like a waste of time. We're going to bounce it up there. Oh, now we've got new information. Yep, cool. They get a hall pass to come right back to us to hear the new information and reconsider it. Why wouldn't they just come to us in the first daggone place?
Yeah, it's a bunch of work for everyone, including them, us, you,
Well, the thing is they admitted in their first presentation that they weren't meeting the standard.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they were asking for variance.
And so it's like, why are you submitting an application? Yeah, they're asking for a variance.
Yeah, and it's like we said no.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
It just seems like that by having a change in between is, they should.
Agreed.
I think the council should have an option to say, you've changed your application and you need to go back and not call it something else, not call it an appeal.
I would be happy with
at the very
that.
least,
Something.
It should be called something else.
Okay.
Good point.
So Don, based on what you're hearing, what are your thoughts, based on your experience? Okay, this is what I'm thinking. Clearly, I think we need to do some more research on this one.
Okay.
And what I would like to do, with your permission, with the commission's position, is to remove this particular amendment and let's revisit it when we have more time and have done a little more research on what you've heard. Based on the feedback that we've given you.
Yep.
Can we be good with the other stuff and just?
No, I'm good. This
one?
could be May 9th. We have one
okay.
hearing item, so this is good. You guys so far has been 100% besides this one.
Yeah.
And I think too, it might have been different had we not experienced tonight, right? When we did our work session, we thought, okay, this would be good, and now we're like, oh.
I would like to move, the one request though is because June 1st is going to council, I believe, so I do have some time, but not a ton.
Sure.
So So if we
Okay.
could-
Maybe Joe Lindsay Esquire can tell us what is possible.
Well, and I will say, you know, for me, I don't want to make people's lives miserable.
Right.
If there is a way to, I understand that they should come to us, but rather than them say, oh, they're just miserable to work with and stuff because they've set up the system that way. I know that this gives them an out, but I don't want them to have to go through, up to a certain point, I don't want them to have to go through the whole process all over again. If there's some new information, something that they can clean up, I don't see where that is as big of a problem.
I think there's a difference between, yeah,
Or
I think
something.
there's a difference between like, corrections, explanations, then we changed a bunch of stuff so we don't have to ask for the variance anymore.
Sure, but I want to make it very clear, at least from my perspective, that the fact that there is a mechanism for the city council to not override us and give us the respect to say, you've come here with new information, and yeah, we can listen to it, and we can prove it, but you didn't do your job down here. So we're sending you back down to those people, and you're gonna sit in the hot seat, and you're gonna take the heat. I think that speaks volumes for the city council being willing to do that. So that's, I just want to let that, at least in my opinion, I appreciate that they're willing to do that. So one last thing, and this popped up, and actually Commissioner Mills kind of brought this up and this is to go along with this, Commissioner Mills brought this up when we were doing the development where, and I wasn't here for it, but the houses, they tried to change the zoning.
Hammerling?
Yes.
Yes.
And he was of the opinion that really that was a great enough change that should have been a new application.
Yeah, he was a big man about that.
At what point are we able to bake into the system to say, if you have some minor changes, rather than going through the whole doing a whole new application, these are what you do. But when it hits a certain threshold, you got to go through a whole new you got to go through a whole other application process.
How do you underwrite that though?
Yeah.
That's really hard.
Also,
well, I think that's for Joe.
I agree, and also if it's almost all the same with just a little bit of changes, how difficult is it to do it over again? Can you just resubmit it with like a new date and then here are the changes, like amend it?
No, I think it has to go through
It
the whole
would
process.
take a lot of time. I mean, we're talking months versus weeks of like going through. I mean, it would be longer, as long as it is between planning commission's denial and then council's remand. Sending back somebody through a whole process again, that process is going to even be longer than that process, that loop from planning commission to council back to planning commission.
And that's where I say, at what point in time do we want to, do we really want to make this process that miserable? I mean, there could be that's why I'm like, I could tell that some people want to. I don't. I think there could be a threshold.
Well, the risk which we take just sitting in these chairs anyway, correct? So, I mean, on any ruling this body makes, we could be subject to scrutiny and pain. So why couldn't you say, based on a denial, they have a 12-day period to appeal back to this body with new or clarifying information?
That's a thought.
What stops them or us as a commission from creating that rule? Which I was kind of saying earlier.
No, and I think it's a good point. I think where Joe's going to land, and I'll circle back on May 9th, but I think the issue really, you're coming full circle to the fact of you guys aren't ready. You're, tonight and basically laying it out saying, this looks like a continuance to us. Do you really want to continue this process? Because it's not going well for you. And
what's the implication of a continuance?
Well, that basically is then they have to come back with more information and specifically you guide them on that. I'm not sure if.
Is there a hard time frame?
Is there a fee?
Liz, there's a date.
Well,
Okay.
Yes, there is actually for, well, I mean, we do have that for, that's actually part of the next round here on what I'm going to talk about, if we get to it tonight, is there will be a fee for that, for rescheduling.
Yeah. Oh, well, I don't know about the fees.
We may not get, well, we'll get as far as we can, but that would be a fee, yes, that we're proposing.
So one of the things, as Commissioner Ellis was saying, I sit up here and as chair, I kind of like cringe and I want to say, stop, just stop. And we're going to give you a continuance. Please take this lifeline. But I don't know, like, where do you say that? Where as chair do I say, clearly you're going off the rails on this one. Do you want to continue or do you want a continuance? Because as I understand it, once we close the public testimony and we go on to questions and deliberation, that's it. It's that train is pulling into the station and there's no stopping it.
Yeah, I just don't think you can appeal back to the same body. I mean, that's a question for Joe.
Okay, let's go ahead and do that. You've got some bullet points.
Yep, I've got enough here to bring back for May 9th.
Okay, beautiful.
For me, just one more quick thing is that I heard this a couple times tonight. It's, if there's new information, and there was some of that tonight, but the majority of it was corrected information.
Yeah.
You know, and it had been incorrect. It wasn't new. It was, and to me, there's a nuance there that what they presented previously was wrong.
Clarifying or correction is one thing.
Yeah.
So the noise, was that clarifying? Or was
They
that
didn't do it, they didn't do a noise study, and I asked them,
But, so my question, and this is
Yeah.
where we talk about clear and concise and we're interpreting to the code. The code says,
Nothing.
right.
Yes.
So were they wrong? Or were they not? I'm talking
I'm saying the
technically
employee
speaking.
numbers were wrong.
If I'm standing in front of a jury and they're asking me, was this applicant wrong? And I read the code, it was line item 10 on the exceptions in there. They were not wrong.
Well, and here's the thing, and that speaks to what we talked to. So if you really kind of read it, and the planning department had to do some massaging of that. Because technically there was not, and correct me if I'm wrong, and I don't know if we're gonna get in trouble for having this conversation about this. Are we allowed to use this application as a?
I would try not to be super specific, but yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let's say applicant X was like, hey, we have a request for a reduction in employees and we have this noise. We as a body can go on code. So that's why it was kind of written by that's why the planning department would write that to say, okay, the planning commission failed this based on the number of employees, but then they also talked about the noise. So if you read through their hypothetical report, it says failed on employees and ambiguity or whatever based on noise.
Yeah.
So that was kind of how they massaged that. So technically, the only thing that we could have failed that on was the employee count.
Yeah.
Which was wrong, and then they brought new information. So
1/3 of the presentation I was estimate was on, hypothetically speaking, would have been on the organization.
yes.
Well, I mean, there are state laws, right, that
No.
were referenced, right?
Guidelines.
What?
State guidelines, yes.
State guidelines.
But it's.
If an applicant is asked, what is the noise, and the answer is, we don't know, you know, I think that
It's unhealthy for your employees is really the only solid
Well,
guideline that we have
And even
now.
they said they try to defer back to the local body,
Yeah.
body.
OSHA's happy to step in.
Absolutely, 85 decibels and up.
Yeah.
100%.
right.
Okay, so I think Don has directive on that.
So I'm good with that. And so going to the next section.
Okay, so we're removing that portion of it.
So now we're on middle housing. And this is the new section of our code that we're proposing, 1681, middle housing model ordinance. And as we've work sessioned this before, essentially the state law is already effective. This is a way to give us guidelines, or guidance rather, for staff and for applicants to help people navigate this process, which if you look purely at the model ordinance of the state, it takes some interpretive elements or effort to do that, to really understand it. So the goal here was to do a 2-page, essentially, section that provided that guidance about what this legislation actually means for the city of Canby. I'm not sure if you guys want me to go through section by section of this or not. We've been through this before. Essentially,
it's mandated by the state. There's really no changes we can make to it.
There really aren't. It's a matter of us, it's trying to help the public and everybody else understand this. There have been no examples of this so far in Canby. I'm sure other cities have had that in the metro area. So there are, but anyway, it does exist. And it's out there. And we were planning to do the attachment as figure 1, which is the model ordinance, medium cities that the state has adopted. That would also accompany that. So that's essentially that item.
Okay. Do people have any questions about that one?
I thought it was excellent.
Okay.
Okay, very good.
So now we are jumping into the code fee updates.
So I just have while you're bringing that up,
yeah.
I want to take a quick temperature check. If we've all done our homework, we've looked through these fee updates. At this point in time, is there anybody that has some glaring things on their list to bring up as far as pulling out or that looks unusual? Anybody?
Well, I wrote a note just for myself. It's an educational question, but I wouldn't know if it was unusual because I'm curious how it compares to other cities where you outsource your building permit process versus cities that don't. But we don't need to talk about that. It was just in my mind.
We can talk about that.
And just very quickly, it's not a big deal. It's actually a good question. We are using Clackamas County. At one point, we were doing building permits here. I believe we stopped in 2012, roughly. And that was because there was a lack of work, and we had a building department at that point, and the county took that over. So we are getting a percentage back from the county for all the building permits they're doing, which is negotiated back then, and that number has not changed. So we are getting revenue back from the county for that portion of the work. As an aside, personally, I think it'd be difficult to bring a building department back. I know there's been discussion about that to some degree, not with council, but just I've heard in general, with the fact that we'd have to have a very large land base, in my opinion, that would be a large urban growth boundary to support that. I mean, we're not talking one position as a building crew. We're probably talking, my guess would be at least 3.
Yes.
3 people, because you need an inspector, a reviewer, and somebody at the counter. That's a lot of people.
Yeah.
3 people's a lot to add to, and then the problem with those is those ebb and flow, and then you end up laying those people off, which I think is part of the reason that they made the decision to outsource it.
And if I can give some historical context, because I was actually on the city council that did away with that. What happened was the city had a planning department when things were roaring in the late 90s, early 2000s. And they had built up a very substantial fund to fund that building department. And instead of laying those people off when there was no work, they continued to keep them on and pay them until there was no money left for it, and then they laid those folks off and sent it off to the county.
Was that a city manager issue, or was that how did that happen? Like, who made that?
Who made what decision?
To allow them to stay.
That was essentially at the city manager and the budgeting, all the upper management that set those sort of things essentially did that, because every year the budget would come to the council and to the budget committee, and it'd be like, okay, well, we've got to dip into surplus to pay these folks and stuff, and then eventually they went away.
So the city manager, sorry. So the city manager, I mean, he's effectively the CEO then?
Yes.
And the board
But this
is the board.
Just as a point of clarification, this was like 3 city managers ago.
Right. No, yeah, I know. So, okay. Gotcha.
Yes.
But we do have a pretty significant interface with the county, in terms of that process. Our element of that is what we call site plan review, which differs from design review, which is what you guys see in your hearing process. Site plan review is our building permit process for single family, multifamily, commercial, and industrial. So every single building permit, plot plan, we see every one of those. We don't release that until they've paid system development charges. And so that's our review, and we make sure they meet the conditions of approval for commercial and also for planning through that process. It's pretty detailed. It's a pretty detailed process, the plot plans that we come in and we have to review.
Yeah. So with that,
do you want me to dive? Would you guys want to go through the code stuff, or do you want to take a break, or do you want
to be honest with you,
I'm running out of gas.
I mean, we've all read through we've all looked at these fees and stuff. Do we really need to go through all of it, or can we just say it all looks good to us, and you can just send this on to city council and start bringing in this revenue? Are you comfortable with that?
I am totally comfortable with that, yes.
Are we comfortable with that?
I am.
There's some people that are going to be sad that their bargains went away, but I am totally fine.
I think, in the words of Councilor Parker, Canby needs to play a little harder to get.
Yeah.
And I totally agree. And I think this will help fix some of that. And I think it will also help make the planning department more revenue neutral. Like it will help cover actual costs of what's going on over there. And so I think, now the question I have is, will these fees be tied to an index where they will be adjusted for inflation each year?
That's a really great question. I mean, the SDCs for sure are tied to an index, and that's one thing that they're increasing. I think it's not normal that we do that for permit fees. It doesn't mean we can't do that. I think what we've done is we're trying to move the needle, so to speak. What I would expect is we were way behind on fees. We did a small incremental increase last year. This gets us to the middle of the pack, so to speak, with comparative jurisdictions. I would expect at some point that the city would do a cost recovery and hire a consultant, is my guess, to go, if they wanted to go further with this and really dig into the details. That would be something that would be the next step. So I'm not saying that that's absolutely going to happen, but that would be my anticipation. We can continue to tweak what we have here. I think this gets to a lot of things that we spend a lot of time on, and we're getting very little recuperative value out of the dollars that, the minimum fees that are here. This gets us way closer to where we're at. We're clearly not going to be on the top with this, but I think it's justifiable, and I also think that it's supportable in terms of how much effort it takes staff to do things.
So,
Don, this is Ben from the public comment. Is there a period for public comment on this? And is there a point where I could weigh in on some of this?
I believe so, yes. I didn't realize, Ben, you have been chilling like a villain over there. Welcome on board. Go ahead and say what you would like to say.
Yeah, I guess some of the plan check reviews that we've had that are based on the applicant, we were more than willing to pay some fees to get, especially some public work drawings approved ahead of some design review approval. And so, looking at that fee structure and what that looks like, where it's on the risk of the applicant to get some drawings approved ahead of the design review approval. Has that ever been weighed by the commission?
Ben, I think part of the challenge, if I understand the question, is the sequencing of our process here. So Part of that is we have land use approval, which is this body here for most of the larger applications. And then that really is a premise thing that has to occur before we do anything else, before any other processes are started. And then the other piece of that is once that's done, getting into the pre-construction part of that process, there may be, some opportunities to talk to Public Works about, the ideas around, how can you as an applicant get the most information as quickly as possible, but it's not going to happen before land use approval. We really can't give you comments when we have a body in front of us here that has to make a call. That's not staff's call, it's planning commission's. So on the land use side of things, we really can't do a whole lot, but on the, the pre-construction side of things, part of that is, should there be a process, and maybe that's what the suggestion is, for an expedited review process. There are some jurisdictions that do that.
Yeah, and I think from our perspective, if the applicant's willing to pay for the plan review fee at their own risk ahead of the planning commission approving a design review, it seems like the city is in a win-win position, right? We would submit designs to the Public Works Department, pay for their review period, and if it gets denied, then that money that we paid would obviously be voided at that point, but it's at the applicant's risk to pay that money for the review, that expedited review in concurrence with the design review approval.
I understand, the situation. It's a little more complicated than that when you're on a jurisdictional level. I think part of that is we have also used outsourcing of consulting, dealing with the city engineering side of things. And so it gets complicated in that sense that, what is that really benefiting the city if we're having folks review that outside of Public Works? Are they actually reviewing it twice?
But at the risk of the applicant, where their applicant is paying the fee and more than willing to pay twice the fee, that's where the fee structure comes in. In my mind, I would say revise the development code to add in an increase of fee where the applicant pays maybe twice the fee to get plans reviewed concurrently ahead of time. It might be a lucrative win-win situation for everybody.
Yeah, and that's worth a suggestion. I think there's some staff capacity issues as well. I think that's part of the reality of staff only has so much bandwidth. I think that's part of it, but I think that, maybe as an offline, be happy to talk to Public Works about, what, their thoughts on that. I think part of the challenge for us is if there's a bunch of stuff outside of the system and the process that we normally go through, and it's at different stages, it creates confusion. It can create confusion, and I think part of that is, I hear what you're saying. I think that there would have to be a very unique system set up to avoid the confusion that would come from things like, hey, that hasn't gone to hearing, but we're providing Public Works standards for it. And then is there some sort of implication that the city has, that we've reviewed that and somehow given an expectation around that when it hasn't been vetted by the Planning Commission? So I think those issues need to get worked through about, how far can something advance? I've seen, I think what you're talking about is kind of submitting, and maybe what you guys need to do is, and this is maybe part of what you're suggesting is you submit final engineering with your original application, 100%. That may,
And that's kind of where we're at. And with a proposed intake fee, with the plan check fee that we pay up front, that you review the plans up front.
Yeah.
And then upon approval, we pay the final permit fee, which is along the lines of a lot of neighboring jurisdictions and concurrent with what the previous planning staff and council has done for us in the past.
If I may, it sounds like this is a much larger nut to crack than what we have here before us tonight. What I would like to suggest is for you to put together these thoughts and email them to Don, and then you and Don can get together and sort of hash this out. And I would like to see in a subsequent planning commission meeting a sort of report around this come to us for a deeper dive discussion. Does that sound reasonable?
Absolutely. I think it's a larger discussion just based on previous approvals in the past couple of years that we've had with previous staff, and, you know, everybody getting on the same page and aligning, you know, neighboring jurisdictions, like I've said, and just getting some approvals ahead of time, you know, because the applicants are willing to pay the fee to get plans reviewed so that when Planning Commission does finally approve some of these applications, the concurrent building applications that are already in place and Public Works and city reviews go concurrently, and we can start construction as expected when our original application goes through.
Okay, yeah, I think that's all good info. And I think we're more than amiable of diving into that a little deeper.
Yeah, I think that makes sense to me as well. And
Okay.
it's a collaborative between Public Works and us on this discussion, yeah.
Okay, does that make sense?
Absolutely, thank you.
Yes, and thank you very much for your input. I will make sure that it does not slip through the crack.
Thank you.
Okay. So now back to this. Yes?
Oh, what were you gonna say?
Well, I really want this to, I understand you saying that this, we'll have to look at this and stuff. And I look at the street maintenance fee that hasn't been touched for 10 years. And that can continues to get kicked down the road. I hope it's not going to get kicked any further. We'll see. I really think we need to bake in that these fees are tied to some sort of index, all of them, where they're all addressed, and then at least some change is being made, at least some update is being made until the next big review.
Inflation. I wasn't going to say this because I don't think I have consensus on this board for this, but after that conversation and what you just said, I do want to say on the dais that I personally feel our fees should be the highest in the region, as high as possible. I think you quoted Councilor Parker, who I think is quoting Tom McCall, who paraphrasing said something like we shouldn't be throwing ourselves at any hussy with a smokestack that comes our way. I feel like Canby has much more to offer than many, besides not being directly on a freeway, than many of the surrounding communities. Direct link, fastest internet west of the Mississippi, our cheap utilities, our cheaper land, a ton of things, our police, our fire department, our police department, the welcoming community, the engaged people. I feel like Canby should be charging a premium price for what it offers. I'm happy to see that it's coming more in the median range, and I'm happy with that. If I had consensus, I would push it higher. I really would. I like the idea to tying it to something so we're not stuck again with this conversation in fees from 20 years ago that we're the cheapest again. And companies know that. They know we have loopholes in our code. They know that, they come in and take advantage. You've seen it. You've been here. I've watched it. So that's my feelings. I just wanted to throw my 2 cents in there.
So would it be a problem to tie that to an inflation, like all of them to an inflation increase annually?
I think yes, I think we could do that. I don't think that's, just because it's not been done in the past. I think that we could absolutely, I think right now we're just trying to get to the middle of the pack. That's kind of but I think the idea behind that is, being even perhaps from the comments here, maybe looking at going beyond and stretching, and maybe the council will say the same thing, as we want you to go back and actually increase those. And part of this is for staff, it's kind of getting your sentiment on this, but I think annually tying it to inflation makes sense.
We're stuck running behind forever, and we will be next year. Inflation's running at record levels right now. And, anytime that we can push a solution out into the future to make it so that we don't have to address it again anytime soon, I think it's a win.
What type of tax revenue does, like a business, what we saw tonight, bring to the city annually? Is there any way to know that? Is there an index that you can look up?
I mean, there's direct cost that they're paying to go through our process and.
Sounds like almost $1
system
million
development
bucks.
charge. I mean, I think.
Well, that's in SDCs and all of that.
But
stuff.
I
Who
think
collects that? Us or the county?
We do.
The city does.
Yeah.
Right.
But as far as property tax after it's built, that is a trickier thing because it's out in the industrial park, and so it's part of the urban renewal district, and so there's some taxing mechanisms there.
But like with Washington County, I'm assuming, so would it be Clackamas County that collects, we had to fill this out for our business for Washington County. It's like count every desk you own and every computer you ever have, and you're paying taxes on that. And
There's equipment, we're in the, excuse me, we're in the same situation here, and so there's been more of a focus on that, as we're doing an economic assessment as well as part of our work in the planning group and housing, but the economic assessments, the committee's looking at things like what makes sense, and even though, let's say, for example, a Google, place where you have a switching station, where you got to, even though maybe that doesn't employ a lot of people, like the value of the equipment is huge.
Yeah.
So like part of that gets into like what kind of businesses do we want to encourage in Canby?
Right.
And
that's what I worry about. If we're pushing the threshold so high, there's a lot of small businesses that want to be a part of this community, right? So if we're going to penalize them, if we're going to punish them for wanting to come here, that would be about the only concern I would have. I don't know that I'd want to set a record for fees in the state, right?
Yeah.
But I think we should be in trend.
And some of those, like I'm not sure what portion, and that would be something we could dig into, but like, that's really outside of the planning purview is like what taxes are being assessed by the assessor, and then what portion comes back to the city. But
it kind of all shakes hands.
It does.
Does it not? Yeah. I mean, there's one part of the city that benefits for the business being here, and there's another part of the city that benefits from these fees that we're talking about negotiating right now, right?
Well, and the fees, what it comes down to is the fees are a one-shot deal. So once the fees, that is one of the discussions at the policy level, is that we charge SDCs and we charge these fees. Once that is done, we're stuck at the 3% annually. And there's historical data that says that doesn't cut the mustard.
Yeah. Aside from some of the other fees that you're talking about, like the equipment fees and all of those.
Well, the equipment, no, what he's talking about is taxes. So essentially, if you have, let's take three scenarios: a data center, a metal processing facility, and a distribution center. Yeah. This one may have less people, but it has way more equipment. It will get taxed at a higher rate. The distribution center
is an empty building.
We can't tax the stock. We can only tax the building and the conveyor.
The stress that they might put on our infrastructure, fire, the roads, other things, it's actually like a loss for the city, even with the.
But that wouldn't make sense if they had no people. Then it wouldn't be as much in certain areas. Those stresses, right? I guess what I'm just saying is there's a handshake.
But for the fees, that is the fees that we are discussing here are really
these are one and done.
Cost capturing the cost of just getting the paperwork and bringing them in. What I would be in favor of is, and I don't know if we have the ability to put this mechanism in, is to say, these fees, middle road is a good start. We know that there's some improvement that can be made. As a backup, let's tie this to inflation. Let's tie all the fees to inflation, and then put a mechanism in that in 4 years, a minimum of 4 years, that these fees have to be reviewed again and adjusted.
Number crunching geek thing I want to ask, is there a cost analysis on, can you show that we're like in the red so to speak, because of where we're at and by how much? I'm just trying to relate it to like a private business,
No,
like,
I
here's my
gotcha.
cost,
So-
I want to be 15% above my cost.
And are
for
you talking about the permit fees or the tax?
These fees that we're talking about
Okay.
right now.
I would say we probably are losing money, a large amount of money right now.
Is there any way to quantify that at all?
Well, I mean, maybe the opposite could hold true, which is the small incremental increase that we're doing now.
Mm-hmm.
And again, these are difficult to forecast because we have to look at 2021 and 2020. And are we going to do the same thing next year? And it seems like the economy is pretty strong. So making that assumption, these fees would generate about $50,000 to $90,000 a year more for the staff, which the other part of what we're trying to do is support another position here. So it would pay for most of that assistant planner position.
Right.
That would be added on. So that's a nice kind of win-win. I mean, our fees are artificially low already.
Right.
But that gives you an idea. And those are small changes. These are not quantum
And
changes.
I think just to your point of saying, and unfortunately, this is the difference between public and private, is that, and I think this was talked about at a council meeting a while ago, for the city to figure out what its cost recovery is, like to do that analysis, to have someone come in and do it, it'd be hundreds of thousands of dollars for them to, the city would have to pay $100,000 or $200,000 for a consultant to come in and crunch all those numbers and say, hey, guess what? You're losing this money annually. Whereas we know as a budget committee, when the budget comes to us, it's always a flat budget and we're usually dipping into reserve. We know there's a problem. And planning is just one of many factors in that.
And part of that history, maybe, and this is what I understand, again, having been here a short amount of time, was that at one point, the economy was much worse. And Canby was really struggling to make it work.
Oh, yeah.
And so you had things like trying to incentivize that. But then somehow, like, a large amount of time went by and no one questioned that. Like, I mean, a large amount of time. And like, that's
Almost
why
20 years.
I mean, in addition to being attractive to the point about connection to 205 and 5, we probably are the least expensive area in the entire metro jurisdiction. I mean, we just are. Because no one's looked at the needle on where are we at with these fees.
Okay.
I just wondered if it could have been, if it can be an easy thing if ever called into question about our fees. It's like, well, listen, there's a cost benefit analysis here. Here's our,
And to the extent we've done that kind of maybe qualitatively, because fortunately Sandy was doing the same thing. And so we said, would you mind sharing your data? which they kindly did. And that's nice because a lot of jurisdictions do share. So that's a big part of what the documentation here is you're seeing comparable jurisdictions. And they were doing exactly the same thing as we were. And we even went south, and it's not always a good thing when you assume a jurisdiction to the south of you is charging way less when they're charging way more. That tells you something.
Gotcha.
Yeah. It's not just the jurisdictions of the north that we were low on. Yeah.
So I think with that being said, is there kind of a consensus from the group that yes, we want to bake in the cost, the increase for inflation, and put in a trigger to have these fees, to force these fees being reviewed in 3 or 4 years?
Yeah, and council's gonna have final say over this anyway.
They are.
If they wanna change that around,
I mean,
make it less or more or
I
whatever.
want to at least send them something.
But yeah, I agree. I agree with that.
Yeah, and I think that we can make that, tie in annual inflation and then also revisit every 4 years or, I mean, I think it could be done sooner, but I think that's
3 years.
aspirational.
2 years.
2.
6 months.
Let's say 2. Put down a 2, Don. We're good.
2 years.
I thought it was at auction for a second.
Yeah, okay.
So, okay, so with that, I don't know if you thought we were going to get through that one, but.
No, this is great, because now what you planted the seed, I don't know if you want to go into the planning department reports after this. I mean, that's it for us.
I would like, I think, I mean, are you okay with us just wrapping the last little bit up? Okay. Sure. Are we good?
Yep.
Okay, let's wrap up the last little bit.
Okay, now, this is not supposed to be another hour when I start talking about this. I'm going to be I'm talking.
You do your thing, Don. There's no guarantees. If there's anything you've learned when you start talking, there's no guarantees.
Okay, so there was, on the planning commission, just kind of items that I wanted to update. We're working towards getting the packets online, which from the prior hearings that you requested. So just heads up on that. There was a request made. That's being worked on. That's not quite there yet, but there should be shortly, hopefully, that if you want to research stuff from the previous hearings, you can go online. And so the other items, Commissioner Padden and I were discussing briefly by email today, was regarding other low-hanging fruit, middle-hanging fruit, or high-hanging fruit that might come before the Planning Commission and Council through the end of this year. And part of that is, I mean, we're extremely busy. We're replacing Eric Forsell, who left. His last day was last Thursday. And so we're pretty slammed. But with that said, I think there are some things that we think are important to look at. One of those is our code dealing with variances. It only really addresses, the only minor variance is for signs. And I think having some discussion around what are called adjustments in other jurisdictions, which are like administrative variances, would be a good discussion topic. That leads into a variety of discussions on different things about, well, where would that apply? And would that be perhaps different types of adjustments, like type 1 or type 2 and type 3? How much of a percentage? What adjustments do you not want to ever make to those scenarios? And that might be for certain zones and certain setbacks and residential zones, or not. And some of that will feed into the housing needs assessment that we're doing as well, which gets into maybe what our needs are going to be as well on that. Some things also come up, and I'm not suggesting that we're going to address it this year, but things like fences, which becomes an issue on height and those kinds of things throughout the city. That definitely is part of this idea behind adjustments in that initial discussion. And it's one of those items that I feel like council ultimately needs to weigh in on and say, what is the stance on fences? Should they, should there be an absolute height and where, which is in our code now? Should there be variations to those based on topography? Are there other aspects? And so these are things, this is high hanging fruit. This is not low. This is why, but anyways, you asked.
I'm laughing because I want to put in a really super awesome fence, and I really worry that it's not going to follow code, but I don't know. So that's why.
So anyway, I think that maybe that's.
Bringing up bad memories for me now.
I mean, it's not to bring bad memories up, but we're dealing with this issue where some people, it's like better to seek forgiveness, and there's inconsistency in like what is the stance going to be and how are we going to do code enforcement. Sure. That whole thing, it's more common, and it happens in the spring. Everybody watches the Home Depot and Lowe's commercials and thinks they should be building a fence in the spring.
Yes,
everybody does. They all do. And
code dealing with variances.
Yeah, and variance. So I'd say that maybe the discussion is on adjustments.
That's pretty high hanging fruit.
Well, it is, but I think I want to start to get your sense of like, where are the boundaries of that? And like, maybe something should need a major variance versus not. The problem in our code that doesn't have any latitude to it, and you got to go through a type 3 variance for everything, that's not good.
Yeah.
There should be some latitude, because that, that's up. And it also doesn't fairly treat situations well either, because if somebody's only asking for, a very small 10% variance, should he or she be treated as if they're doing 100%?
Sure.
Or 80% adjustment? You know, so there's some differences in that, yeah.
Right. And one of the reasons why we consider these bigger items is because when we do bring these to you, a lot of them have a design component. And so we actually want to bring graphics and examples of photos. And unlike some of these more text heavy edits, there are things where we'll actually want to get your ideas about what is good urban design and how does that get embodied in our code. And so I think that's what we have planned in these kind of longer run code changes, is actually bringing you some actual like cool materials to look at so we can kind of workshop the urban design stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, the visual part of that, and like, you know, what, and you know, we struggle with this. I mean, we basically are following the code, but like, there's enough discussion around these things, and it's, you know, been going on a while, that we should probably, like, as a city, like, land the plane, so to speak, on like, what is it we're doing. And yeah, I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's one.
That's one. Well, it leads into other things, which I think, you know, like, you know, what comes out of the housing stuff. And again, let's say adjustments are not the right tool. Let's say we want to do some cool housing in the city that's mixed use. Is that a plan unit development code that needs to be adjusted and updated? So that you're talking about master planning and you're talking about design standards that alleviates to some extent, I believe, the concerns around, oh my God, there's attached housing near my house. Well, that could be really attached housing that might be quite valuable, you know, and so, or it could look really nice or blends in well. So I think that those discussions will be important as we continue with the housing assessment.
Okay.
We'll give you updates on that, and we'll give you the quantification of that as well. I mean, there's a large number, and we'll share those numbers of, you know, again, it's how many people are going to need single-family detached housing, how many people need attached housing, and what type. That's the stuff that we have a consultant working on that will be providing that information. So that's coming.
Okay. Anything else?
Those are the main ones that, you know, yeah.
Okay. Some of the ones that I have here are, let me see here. One that's come up tonight was fixing the options for appeal and remand. There has to be, if we do move forward, what needs to be included in that conversation regarding that remand process is a larger, I'm not talking about Cheesecake Factory menu, but maybe like Burger Hut menu options of what, like, other than the city, the planning department dropped the ball. Do you know what I'm saying? We need to fix that. There needs to be other options to say there was new information or something along those lines.
More than the 3 criteria that are in there now.
Correct.
Okay.
Something that is options, not that the planning commission dropped the ball, essentially. I think we need to rehash and maybe do some training about Zoom and tightening up, like, how to make that work more fluently, if that makes sense. Another one I think that we could probably look at is the parking standards in the industrial park. I don't know if that would be kind of a lower hanging fruit. That has come up to this body a number of times to say that our parking standards in the industrial park are unreasonable compared to other industrial parks. And so I think maybe that is some low hanging fruit that we could look at. It looks like Commissioner Hutchinson has something he wants to say about that.
I have another subject, one near and dear to Commissioner Calkins in my heart, is alleyways and their place in our urban design.
Yep.
Private versus public, and alleyways versus roads.
And we did have a meeting about that. So that's a good one. Anything else that has stuck out to folks on the planning commission that could be? I think that might be some
No, I think those are great, and I think the private versus public, I mean, we've been struggling with some, kind of what the standards should be. I mean, it's not, and you guys know a little bit more since you were involved, but I think kind of how the interface between Canby Fire, Public Works, planning, what is the standard, what is the functionality, whether we're downtown in this building, and there's an alley behind our building, or, you know, some part of downtown or elsewhere. And I know was going to be some discussion around that for the urban downtown. I don't know what happened with the council, if they funded that kind of thing about the alley.
Oh, getting the alleys repaved or something?
There was some discussion around that. I need to follow up with Public Works, but yeah, there was some discussion.
I think it was the urban renewal.
Urban renewal.
Yeah, there's money in the urban renewal district from refinancing the loans, and they were talking about doing various things. And as the streets person, I was a proponent of them using money from that to repave and rebuild the alleys rather than using street maintenance fee money, is what that was all about. Had nothing to do with the code.
Okay. But I think the repaving would then perhaps set the standard. I think that was the idea behind it.
Yes, they were going to test some ideas on how to do drainage and all that stuff. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I think that's part of that. On the parking, I mean, I'm hoping that the economic opportunity analysis we're doing starts to key in on to some extent. We're also going to be doing, as part of our comp plan, will be a transportation system plan. As part of that transportation system plan, we'll be doing a parking and evaluation as part of that work. So
okay.
I don't want to get, I agree that like that industrial thing needs to get sorted. I just want it to be done not haphazard, and it's going to take some evaluation. I mean, I think part of that is Canby is not the metro area. It's important to consider the metro area, but is that parking really working in the metro area? It's dramatically less. And I'm not saying it is or if it isn't, but I think we're on the opposite end of having too much.
Okay.
I think the urban part, some parts of, the urban area, you might as well like not even, they don't care about the parking. They just don't. I mean, it's different. Yeah.
Okay. So I think is there any other items on that? Okay. Do we need to vote on sending all that stuff to city council?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be great if with the recommendations, like we've been writing those down, I think just a quick recommendation.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion.
If you get this far, second motion.
No, someone needs to, I've entertained the motion. What is the motion you want made? What is the motion do we need to make?
I would say that the planning commission votes to recommend approval of the changes, the code changes and the permit fee update changes with you had a couple of items that were provided that were the tying to the annual inflation index for the permits, revisiting the permit stuff every 2 years, and then on the code stuff with your other code recommended changes, which weren't very many.
So how about this? How about I'm going to entertain a motion that we approve to send to council the code amendments presented to us tonight, with the exception of the remand process from city council to come up at a later date, with amendments as stated during the meeting, and also moving forward the permit fee updates with the amendment of tying it to an inflation index and setting a trigger for review in 2 years.
So moved.
Oh, is that what?
Seconded?
So I second it.
So moved. It's seconded. Is there any
I
discussion?
finally successfully seconded.
Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposition? It passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Does that do it?
Yeah, that does it. Yep.
Okay. One last thing, I will not be able, I have asked my boss, and I am not going to be able to get out of my work dinner on the 23rd. the May 23rd meeting or whatever that is.
Gotcha.
So I have communicated with Commissioner Hebe to make sure that he is here to serve as chair. So that should, I have not checked my phone to see what he has said, but I've let him know that he needs to plan for that. With that, is there anything else? I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I was gonna talk, I read the TSP, and I was going to continue my discussion for last time, but I'll save that for another day.
Okay.
I move to adjourn.
It's been moved to adjourn. Seconded?
Second.
Moved and seconded to adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? It is unanimous. We are adjourned. Good night, City of Canby, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks.